It's a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
Well, despite yesterday's loss, the Tigers still find themselves right in the middle of a pennant race. The Tigers come into play today a half game behind the Baltimore Orioles in the wild card chase. It is a gorgeous day for baseball. Game 3 featuring the Tigers and the Kansas City Royals. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Peppa, Rod Allen, glad to have you with us here for the Tigers and Royals today. And Rod, even though the Tigers and Royals square off in this one here today, sad news, Jose Fernandez, the star pitcher for the Marlins, was killed in a boating accident overnight, and that's going to make things tough for a lot of folks today.
Absolutely devastating news. I didn't hear about it until I got to the ballpark here today, and it immediately made me sick to my stomach. And it's a loss. It's a tragic loss for not only the Fernandez family, but the Miami Marlins, Major League Baseball, the Cuban national team on so many levels. This stings, really, man. This is hard to take.
All right. Despite the tough news today, as they say, the show must go on, and the Tigers trying to put past them the loss they had yesterday, which obviously was a tough one.
Very difficult loss. There are always devastating losses when you lose them with your closer on the mound. I don't think there's an easy loss when your closer's on the hill, whether it's in April or whether it's in the month of September, where you have your team that is fighting for a wild card. But they've got to put yesterday behind them. They didn't have a long time to think about it over the night. They have to come out today and somehow against Edison Volquez, Boyd has to show up and give his team a legitimate chance of winning this contest this afternoon.
All right, after a short break, we'll send you back to the Call Sam Studios. Check in with Trevor Thompson. Coming up in this one here this afternoon, Matt Boyd will take them out for the Tigers. The rookie left-hander trying to continue his torrid pace in the second half. Tigers Royals next. Here at Comerica Park, Matt Boyd takes the mound for the Tigers here this afternoon, presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Well, the Tigers are going to need Boyd to be as efficiently as he was his last time out. That's when he pitched a career-high 8 innings against the Minnesota Twins. He also tied 7 strikeouts, which is a career high. So just an outstanding outing by Matthew Boyd the last time that he went out there.
Here's the lineup you'll face, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. It'll be Burns, Merrifield, Morales at the top. Sal Perez catching, then Orlando and Gordon. Bottom 3 of Escobar, Cuthbert, and Mondesi. The first pitch is hammered right back up the middle into center field, and just like that, the Royals have the leadoff man on. Leadoff single by the speedy Billy Burns. They'll have to keep their eyes on him now as Whit Merrifield steps in. Merrifield batting in the 2 slot. The Royals are without Eric Hosmer today, getting the afternoon off. Merrifield at 282 with a couple of home runs. He has knocked in 25. Burns has stolen 17, a threat to run. He's been caught 5 times. Saltalamacchia once again behind the dish for Matt Boyd, getting the start today. Merrifield shows bunt, and he has to buckle out of the way. 1-0.
And Tigers going to need that same kind of outing that Boyd was able to turn in on 5 days ago against Minnesota. 7 strikeouts in that contest. He moved the fastball around. He had a good changeup and also good breaking balls in that outing against Minnesota.
Once again, Burns drawing a throw. Nice sunny day here this afternoon. Clear skies. The Tigers in need of a win here in the final game in this series. They'll have Cleveland coming in next. And the Tigers right now down by a half game in the second wild card position. But you can't draw it up any better than this weather-wise.
You sure can't.
The 1-0 is hit in the air, but foul back out of play, and the count goes 1-1.
And if you're a baseball fan, you really can't draw it up any better than what you're going to experience the final week of the season, especially in the American League with all the teams bunched up for that final wild card spot. I think that's what Bud Selig envisioned, and when he added the second wild card to baseball.
Well, this season for sure the Tigers are grateful they did add that second wild card.
I'm still thinking that somehow, some way, we might see game 163 this year too in the American League.
1-1, sails outside. 2 balls and 1 strike on Merrifield. Wouldn't surprise me, that's for sure. Rod mentioned that start that Boyd made against Minnesota, a career high 8 innings in that one, and he struck out 7, allowing just 1 run. There's a strike on the inside corner. 2-2 on Merrifield.
And so far he is doing a wonderful job. As we take a look at the numbers that he posted on Tuesday in Minnesota. But Boyd so far doing a nice job at making sure Burns, who's the base runner at first, can't get a good jump. Keep that double play in order.
Almost hit him. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Merrifield 2 out of 5 in the series. He hits .356 against left-handed bats, so he's in the 2 spot today. Morales waiting on deck. Infield in search of the ground ball to try and turn 2. Now Boyd ready with the 3-2. And the runner goes, and it's fouled straight back. And Burns on the move there, which was no surprise. He'll head back to first base.
And Burns can't get a good jump. I mean, usually when you're stealing a base, you can take off a little bit prematurely, but you can't do that in a 3-2 count, because obviously if he does pick over there, you'd be out. So you have to wait till he throws the ball home and before you can even take a step towards second base.
Runner holding this time, and again Merrifield fouls one back, so he's driving up the early pitch count of Matt Boyd.
And Tigers need to understand that Burns on first base is not getting a good jump at all, so he might do one of these, Mario. He might take off 4 or 5 steps, and if it's a strikeout, he might turn around and just run right back to first base. So Saltalamacchia needs to make sure and before he throws that ball down to second base.
And the pick back, and that time Burns had to dive back in. Matt Boyd, 25 years old, out of Bellevue, Washington, has been one of the 3 primary young pitchers the Tigers have used down the stretch, and one of the guys that has really stepped up for this rotation. Runner holds, and it's hammered in the air toward right center field. That ball is hit well. Cameron Maben on the run. He is not going to get there. It's up against the wall. Burns rounding third, coming home, and it's going to be a triple for Whit Merrifield and an RBI. And 2 batters into this game, the Royals have a 1-0 lead.
Well, the Kansas City Royals are picking up right where they left off, where they stunned the Tigers in the top half of the 9th inning, where they scored 5 runs against the Tigers closer, Francisco Rodriguez. This is the 3-2 fastball that's off the plate outside, absolutely drilled over the head of Cam Maben, bounced off the out-of-town scoreboard before he could pick it up. Merrifield scooting all the way to third base. I would simply walk Morales here. I would not ask for any more damage. I would not let him drive the run in. I'd put him on and play for 2 with Salvador Perez in the on-deck circle.
The triple by Merrifield produces his 26th RBI of the season. Morales, the switch hitter batting righty, lines one to left field. That's going to get down and go to the corner. Another run will score. Morales is on his way to second base, and that'll be an RBI double. His 91st RBI of the year.
He came into the contest 8 for 10 against Matt Boyd, and that's the reason why I brought up the fact that he probably should have put him on and then played for 2 off of the bat of Salvador Perez, but they weren't thinking along those lines. He got a little hanging breaking ball and ripped it right down the left field line for a double. Not a good start today, partner.
Single, double, triple, not in that order, but that's what they have. And now Morales, well, 9 for 12. Here is Salvador Perez. You know, that strategy you spoke of really made sense when you consider that Perez a pretty good double play option.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And especially with the stakes being so high for the Tigers today.
21 homers and 61 RBIs for Perez. Did not play in the opener. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
I guess the flip side is very few managers, very few, will walk somebody in the very first inning, but obviously you have to treat these games like you're playing a wild card game today.
Early action in the Tigers' pen, which is a sign of the season winding down. Blaine Hardy warming up.
And the urgency of this game today.
Here's the 0-2. Inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Perez up to the 4th spot in the lineup here this afternoon. Boyd now with the 1-2 coming home. Fouled straight back. Royals came in 1 game over the 500 mark. This is a team that obviously won the World Series last year, won 95 games last season. They will fall well shy of that, but they're trying to have a say in who will reach the postseason this year.
Ned Yost is a perfect 500 in his managerial career. 546 wins and losses.
Fouled straight back. 1-2. The count stays on Salvador Perez. Waiting on deck, Paulo Orlando. He had a key blow in the 9th inning last night. A very tough loss for the Tigers to swallow, but lo and behold, we got to the clubhouse today, and the Tigers, well, they showed up, put their uniforms on, and here they are. Here's the 1-2. Bounce again, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And to put it in really big picture perspective, I mean, when the Tigers got to the ballpark today, they heard that tragic news that we heard as well on Jose Fernandez of the Miami Marlins. And then you start to think that today is just a baseball game. You go out, you have fun, and you play the game that you love to play.
Yeah, Brad Ausmus said as much before the game today, and trying to keep things in perspective. It was a somber clubhouse for the Tigers, and I'm sure all across baseball. The loss of Jose Fernandez. There's a drive in the air, hit deep toward left field. Back to the wall goes Upton. He looks up, and that ball is gone. It is a 2-run shot for Perez. His 22nd of the year, and the Royals have hit for the cycle in the first 4 batters. What a start for KC, and not good news for the Tigers. RBI 62 and 63. That'll bring up Paulo Orlando. So the Royals pick up where they left off in the 9th inning yesterday. And Orlando delivered a key 2-run double in that inning to tie the ball game up. There's a strike.
It's a changeup thrown by Boyd, and he left it up in the strike zone. Even though the ball was outside, Salvador Perez is very strong, was able to reach out and still get enough of that one to hit it out of the ballpark for a 2-run shot. That is a much better changeup there thrown to Orlando. That one he buried down and away from the right-handed batter.
Orlando 42 RBIs. He is 3 out of 9 in the series. Fouled straight back. 0-2 the count stays.
And these right-handers are getting a really good look at Boyd, and they're getting some really good swings against him so far today. And whatever the game plan was coming in, 4 batters. If you're Saltalamacchia and Boyd, you have to change. The start that Boyd had against the Royals in June. 7 earned runs in that game.
That ball hammered down the left field line, hooking though and going foul. Well, the Royals started with a bang here today. A base hit up the middle by the very first hitter, Billy Burns. They have not stopped hitting since. Solid contact for KC in the first inning. Gordon waiting on deck. And that is lined to left field. That is going to drop. Base hit right in front of Upton. And that's 5 straight hits now for KC. That's going to be it. Unbelievable. With the start that Matt Boyd had his last outing, he will face 5 batters today, and that's going to be it. Brad Ausmus not waiting around. 2 singles, a double, a triple, and a homer, and the Tigers have a wall-side windows pitching change. To the bullpen they go. Here comes Blaine Hardy. We'll be back. 5 batters in this game. 5 straight hits for the Royals. They lead 4-0.
And Hardy comes in with a 3.91 ERA, pitched 23 innings so far this year, 19 total games. He'll need to put up a few zeros here to allow his team, once they do come to the plate, to try to chip away at the 4-run lead that Kansas City's built up here in the first frame.
Gordon, the first man he will face, batting .218 on the year, 35 RBIs. Two out of 8 in the series for Gordon. And he'll look at a strike on the outer edge, 0-2. 4 runs on 5 hits for the Royals here in the first. Still nobody out. Short day for Matt Boyd, and the runner at first still his responsibility. Orlando down there at first base can run. He has 12 steals this year in 14 attempts. So Brad going to the bullpen here in the first inning. It's going to be a situation today where he's going to have to piece this one together and hope the offense can strike early in this one and often. 1-2 on Gordon. Checked it high, runner goes, throw down to second is late, and Orlando is in with a stolen base.
I'm not quite sure whether that was a delayed steal or not, but the fact of the matter is Saltalamacchia did not pick him up till late, and by the time he threw the ball down to second base, he was sliding in safely, and that's exactly what it was, a delayed steal. Worked to perfection there by Orlando. A couple of big crow hops, and then he finally takes off.
Now Hardy with the 2-2, and it's fouled back. I've always wondered about the delayed steal, Rod. What makes that more of a play than a straight steal? I mean, when would managers consider that?
Well, it's good if you got a left-hander on the mound that's got a decent move and you can't get a good jump against. That's one. And then you have a left-hander in the batter's box. So if you're Saltalamacchia, the catcher, you really can't see that base runner. And then he just shows you the casual coming off the base, the crow hop, where it just looks like he's doing what he normally does, the secondary lead, and then he takes off and it's too late. I've heard, though, that play, when it does work perfectly, it's not so much the catcher, but it's also the middle infielders, too, that have to be alert and have to be there on the bag at the same time. So it's collectively the middle of the infield, the catcher, the shortstop, and also the second baseman. And you have to have your first baseman yelling as well at the pitcher and tell him what to do, or the catcher, that should be.
2-2 on Gordon. Oh, where was that? Oh, man, just a little bit low, says Dan Iasonia. Boy, if the Tigers ever needed a pitch, it was right there. Waiting on deck is Escobar. Now Gordon steps out. I'm going to start to this one on the very first pitch of the game. Burns singled sharply to center. The Royals have not stopped swinging since.
Yeah, some of these folks haven't even gotten to their seats yet to look up at the scoreboard and see that 4-run in the first inning.
And there's a walk to Gordon on another close pitch, but that was low, and that'll put 2 men on.
Let's take a look at the Tigers starting defense presented by Beaumont Health. And left to right, they've got Upton, Maben, J.D. Martinez, Ibar, Romine, Kinsler, Miguel Cabrera in the infield, and Jared Saltalamacchia is the catcher here today.
Now Boyd was the starter, but taken out after 5 batters in this game. And now if you combine the numbers from the 9th inning last night and the first inning today, 9 runs on 9 hits for KC. Escobar will bat, .267 average.
And Escobar is a very good bunter, and that's the reason why. The fake to second base there by Blaine Hardy. He wanted to see whether Ned Yost would try to get a couple of more runners in the scoring position here by bunting Escobar.
No sign of it there. He looks at a strike. Mike Dershly in their coaching box down at third. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball towards short. Romine to second one. Relay to first. He's not in time. A bang, bang play. And the Tigers will look at the video on this. And they desperately needed the double play.
A nice feed here by Romine, but take a look at Kinsler. He came across the bag aggressively, and then by the time he threw the ball to first base, he was throwing off that right foot. Didn't get enough on it, and they may have still gotten him, but Ian didn't get a whole lot on that throw.
Tigers will not challenge first and third. One gone, and here is Cheslor Cuthbert. Ball high, 1-0. Cuthbert 2 out of 7 of the series, 10 home runs, having a good rookie season. Got his chance to play this year mainly because of the injury to Mike Moustakas. High, ball 2.
And guys like Cuthbert, Orlando, who's on third base right now, Merrifield's had a decent year as well. They've had some nice contributions from some guys that they weren't really counting on at the beginning of the year because of injury. But it shows how deep their minor league system is for those young players to come up and then contribute the way they have.
Strike call, 2-1.
And I say Orlando, he's not all that young, but the fact that he really has not played a whole lot of Major League Baseball, a lot of minor league baseball with the Chicago White Sox, and the first team that he was signed by, but finally got to the big leagues last year.
Back in standing up, Escobar. Well, the starter Boyd threw 22 pitches before departing. Hardy now has thrown 13. It's been a very long half inning. Here's the 2-1. Way outside, 3 balls and 1 strike.
If you're Hardy, you have to be concentrating on trying to get that ground ball, to get the double play ball off the bat of Cuthbert to get you out of this first frame, but you're not going to get it. If you throw those fastballs up in the strike zone, you got to be at the bottom of the zone to get the ground ball.
Martinez, the number 9 hitter, waiting on deck. 3-1 is popped up. This will help. Cabrera is under it for the second out of the inning. Here are the field conditions presented by Ace Hardware and the Scotts Company. When we told you it was the perfect day, we meant it. 72 degrees at game time. And not much humidity here at the ballpark. Clear skies, nothing but sunshine. And with 2 outs, here is the number 9 hitter, Raul Mondesi. Batting only .181, has very good speed, and is 0 for 4 in the series. And he'll look at a strike, 0-1.
That's a good pitch there by Blaine. Nice little breaking ball, flipped up there at 75 miles an hour. And called a strike by the home plate umpire this afternoon, Dan Iasonia.
Swing and a miss. Now it's 0-2. Mondesi has only 1 home run this year, and ironically, it's against Justin Verlander of the Tigers. Here at Comerica Park, that was in August. Another throwback. Two-run homer in the inning by Perez. Morales an RBI double. Merrifield an RBI triple. The 0-2. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. What did you notice in Boyd today that got him in so much trouble early?
Well, they ambushed him, and they picked on every single fastball that he threw over the heart of the plate. And it started with Billy Burns, their leadoff hitter, who connected on the very first pitch of the game. And Boyd did not pitch inside in the first 5 hitters that he saw today, and I think that was one of his issues. You got to at least go inside if you're giving up that kind of hard contact through the first 3 batters.
There is Billy Burns, who started the game and now is on deck. Fly ball shallow into right field, playable for JD Martinez, and that will finally end the inning. 4 runs in the inning for the Royals on 5 hits. We go to the bottom of the first. Some work to do now. Ian Kinsler will get things started for the Tigers. Their starting lineup presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. It'll be Kinsler, Maben, Cabrera in the top 3 spots. You got Martinez, the DH, JD is in right, Upton is in left, Ibar, Saltalamacchia, and Romine round it out. They are facing the right-handed offerings of Edinson Volquez.
And Tigers have a really good chance of getting right back into this game here today. Volquez comes in with 10 wins and 11 losses. The ERA is over 5. He has given up already 117 runs this year, which is the most in the majors.
The native of the Dominican Republic, Volquez, goes to work. Here is Kinsler, who's had a nice series, 5 for 7. And that average now at 282. And Ian looks at a strike at the inside part of the plate.
And Volquez has a fastball that goes anywhere from 89, depending on whether it's a 2-seam or the cutter, all the way up to the 4-seam, which is about 95 miles an hour. Curveball, slider, also a lot of changeups thrown by Volquez.
Volquez, 33 years old. Really has struggled in the month of September in 4 September starts, an ERA north of 7. So hopefully that'll be good news for the Tigers here as they attempt to come back from an early 4-0 deficit. 1-2 on Kinsler. And he lines one to short, caught. Oh man, that looked like it fooled Escobar a little bit.
Let's take a look at the Kansas City starting defensive alignments brought to you by Tim Hortons. In the outfield, they've got Gordon, Burns, and Orlando. Escobar and Mondesi up the middle. Cuthbert and Merrifield on the corners. And Salvador Perez is the starting catcher this afternoon. Yeah, that was a little awkward there by the Gold Glove winning shortstop Escobar.
Day games here, and you can see he's saying a thing knuckled.
Yeah.
Day games here can be an adventure sometimes because of the glare in the ballpark early. It's grounded to third, a foul ball. And sometimes it can be tough to pick up the baseball, but that one just flat out knuckled on Escobar.
Yeah, some of the players have said exactly what you have said. Sometimes it's very difficult to pick up the baseball in day games.
Maben batting .321. He has a 5-game hitting streak.
Real nice day yesterday for Cameron Maben, who just continues to sizzle right here at Comerica Park. He loves hitting in this ballpark.
It's been fun to watch him play. Maben 376 at home this year. Not too shabby. Here's the 1-1. Backed him out of there 2-1.
And that was a changeup thrown by Volquez. He will throw 22% of his pitches are changeups this year. And not afraid, obviously, to throw that pitch to the right-handed hitter.
That one missed low, and the count goes 3-1. We've seen early on that Iasonia not giving that low strike. He called one low against the Royals hitters, which could have been a strike 3. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and miss. Full count on Maben with Cabrera waiting on deck. Tigers come into play today at 83 and 71. Had their winning streak snapped yesterday. That is lined through the right side of the infield on the ground and a base hit. Tigers had their first base runner of the game. Hey, stay tuned to Tigers Live. Following the game, we'll select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers Player of the Game, presented by McDonald's. Stop by for your breakfast favorites, now being served all day. See, we let the truck go first today.
Why not?
Right. We're feeling a little bit charitable today.
Yeah.
So we'll wait on the truck's pick for Player of the Game. Cabrera is hitting .307. 34 home runs. And he'll take a ball high, 1-0. They're going with Justin Upton. He has good career numbers against Volquez. That's the reasoning they tell us. So Upton's off the board.
That's the one. They had to do a little research before they made their pick,
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, they got the stat guys in there. I mean, they got an unfair advantage. 1 ball, 1 strike on Cabrera. What do you got, Rod?
This is my guy.
Mickey?
The big fella.
All right.
Number 24. He's got some pretty good numbers against Edinson Volquez as well in his career. And he's got monster numbers against Kansas City.
Julio Daniel Martinez is my choice. Gonna go with JD. That'll slide low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Volquez, we mentioned, has had struggles. Early in the season, he was giving up a ton of first inning runs. In fact, 23 in his first 22 starts. But lately, he's been much better in that respect. Driven foul back out of play. 2-2 on Miguel.
And even though he's been very good lately, his ERA is still 6 in the first inning. So
Yikes.
a golden opportunity for the Tigers to somehow try to at least push 1 run across the board here in the first frame after Kansas City's scored 4.
Yeah, Volquez now has gone 9 straight starts without allowing a run in the first inning. We'll see if Cabrera can change that here with Maben at first, 1 out. Fouled away again.
Yeah, just about everything that Volquez has thrown to Cabrera, at least the first 5 pitches in this particular at bat, all of them for the most part have been away from the powerful slugger. But that's where Miggy's power is. If you continue to throw Miguel away, he'll either take a base hit the opposite way or he'll find that gap in right center field.
To the third baseman. He'll fire to second 1, and the relay is in time. Cuthbert starts a 5-4-3 double play. Little collision down there at second. We'll go to the second. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Come to Comerica and conquer all the world's most challenging places now during the Jeep Celebration event. A bumpy start for the Tigers here early on in this one. Back to the bullpen they go, and a Wallside Windows pitching change now. And here's Anibal Sanchez checking in.
Anibal Sanchez pitching in his 35th game this year. Just a couple of days ago, he pitched the first game of a doubleheader against the Minnesota Twins and was very effective. He pitched 5 innings in that game. He only gave up 2 hits to Minnesota that afternoon.
There's a ball slapped in the air to center field, not deep. Maben coming on, and Burns retired on 1 pitch.
I kind of like this move by Brad. He brought in the first couple of left-handers. That would be Boyd and also Hardy, but now he's gone to a right-hander because the lineup that Ned Yost has ran out there today against the left-hander, who was Boyd, who started, is primarily a right-handed lineup. So hopefully, and now what Brad is thinking, Sanchez can slow down some of these righties and allow their offense to get back in the game.
Merrifield the batter. Ball 1. Merrifield had a triple and knocked in a run in the first.
Anibal was pretty good in his last outing, as I mentioned. And lots of first pitch strikes. Had a good breaking ball, had a good slider, good changeup, as he always has.
2-0. Well, they're going to need him here this afternoon. The Tigers did not count on Matt Boyd being taken out of the game 5 batters into this contest. Hardy came on to get the 3 outs in the first. 3 balls, no strikes now on Merrifield. There's a strike at the outer edge, 3-1. Merrifield, 27-year-old rookie, has played second, has had a start at third. He's had starts in left and right, and now first base today with Hosmer not starting. Full count now on Merrifield, 3-2. Here's the full count pitch. Sliced foul down the right field line. Merrifield spent 6 years in the minor leagues and finally got his big league chance. They've got a couple of guys in the lineup that have logged a lot of time in the minors. 9 years for Paulo Orlando. Again, the 3-2, and it's popped up foul.
Yeah, Merrifield played so well when he first got called up, and that the Kansas City Royals decided to part ways with Omar Infante, who still had a year left on his current contract.
The former Tiger, Omar Infante. Well, the Royals fouling off a ton of pitches early in this game.
Yeah, they've had some really good at-bats so far today.
Pretty good month of September for Merrifield. 311.
8 RBI, 4 doubles.
And a triple today. Little pop-up. Middle of the infield. Kinsler goes back to the grass. Merrifield is out, 2 gone. Well, tickets for a potential wild card to American League Division Series games at Comerica on sale right now. Tickets sold exclusively at Tigers.com, so check it out. Go online for postseason ticket availability. 2 outs for Kenrys Morales, who will bat lefty against the righty. Tigers shifting on the infield. He'll bounce one back up the middle. Diving, sprawling play. The throw not in time. Now Romine did all he could there. Made that somewhat close on a ball that was headed to center field. And Morales now 2 for 2. That'll bring up Perez. One of the key blows in the first inning, a 2-run homer. Perez came into this game having gone 1 for his previous 26 against the Tigers. He's going to rip that to third, knocked down. Quick throw to second is in time for the force.
Nice job by Ibar. Wow.
I didn't think he had a chance. Inning over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and a fist pump as we go to the bottom of the second. Sorry, Trev. They're leading right now in the wild card, the top position. Tigers, though, half game behind the Orioles. Still very much toss-up as we go into the final week of the season. Nice play by Ibar into that second, and now we'll see if the Tigers can do offensively here as Victor Martinez stands in. Little chopper back up the middle for Escobar. And Victor on 1 pitch is out.
Let's take one more look at the Ibar play. This was an absolute bullet off the bat of Salvador Perez, their catcher. 1 hopper right at him. Somehow he reached back to knock this ball down. Then he had to scramble about 4 or 5 feet to get there to pick it up, and then he got it to Kinsler. It did help. And that Kendrys Morales was running from first base. He's not the fleetest of foot, but a real nice play by Ibar, who doesn't play third base all that often.
Not the fleetest of foot is being kind.
It is Sunday.
But it was still a really good play by Ibar. Here is J.D. Martinez, and he'll take a strike 0-1. 2 out of 8, couple of RBIs yesterday. 2 out of 8 in the series for J.D. A solid .311 batting average. Swing and a miss.
And J.D. really has been the model of consistency. And batting nearly .300 every single month of the year with power. And obviously J.D. would have a whole lot more RBIs this season if he did not bat behind Miguel Cabrera and also Victor Martinez, who leave him only nothing but crumbs most of the time.
That'll bounce in. Well, I think we look at J.D. as a power hitter because he has such massive power, especially to the opposite field, that sometimes we forget this guy's a good big league hitter, period.
You know, it kind of brings me to a conversation that I had with Miguel Cabrera, and this was in spring training. This was all the way back in the month of February when he told me he believed that J.D. Martinez was a .300 hitter. He hasn't hit .300 in the big leagues yet, but he said, I believe he's a .300 hitter. And once he starts to take, Mario, those base hits the opposite way when they overshift you and don't try to hit the ball out of the ballpark, you just take the hits when they give them to you.
And then they're going to give you stuff that you can drive out of the ballpark. But that's one of the things that Miguel's been outstanding at in his career.
Meanwhile, Salvi Perez took one that has knocked him down at home plate. He immediately went down to his knees. And the trainer just now is getting out to check out Salvador Perez.
Well, they're so accustomed to Salvador Perez just simply getting up after he has gotten hit with a foul ball because he's just such a gamer.
That last pitch, well, we don't need to explain what happened there to Perez. That was the least graphic angle that we're going to show you on.
Yeah, it is Sunday.
And Perez has his breath back now.
And rest in peace, he has on his chest protector Jose Fernandez and his number 16. The baseball world was absolutely stunned this morning when they learned that Jose Fernandez died tragically in a boating accident.
You know, it just put you in a fog, really. And, you know, we didn't know Jose very well. Obviously, pitches over in the National League. But when you lose a young star like that, it's very, very tragic. 24 years old.
It made my stomach hurt. It really did. They canceled the Marlins and the Atlanta Braves game scheduled for today.
Meanwhile, Volquez not doing Perez any favors. He bounced another one off his chest this time. 3-2 on Mr. J.D. Martinez. And he'll drive that one foul back out of play.
It's been a long time since baseball's really had a tragic accident to one of their players. What was the kid's name? Adenhart. Was it
Adenhart from the Angels? Yeah.
Angels. Yep. Made his major league debut and won that game, and then was killed that evening.
Right.
By a driver.
Again, the 3-2. And there's ball 4 as Volquez misses badly again. 1 on, 1 out. We check in now with Justin White.
Yeah, Mario, the news of the sudden death of Jose Fernandez sending shockwaves through both clubhouses here this morning at Comerica Park. The mood, as you would expect, very subdued for both the Tigers and the Royals. Jose Iglesias, who, like Fernandez, defected from Cuba, was very shaken up, saying that Fernandez was a guy who left everything behind to chase his dreams. And inside the Royals clubhouse, their entire team was gathered around a television watching a news conference from Miami with more information on the death of Jose Fernandez. And I'm not sure if you guys saw this, the entire Miami Marlins team held a press conference. Don Mattingly was in tears as well. Just a very emotional day around Major League Baseball today.
Devastating.
Well, Fernandez touched so many people, and Justin, you're also going to have a little bit later on some news on Casey McGee, the Tigers' third baseman, who had a unique relationship with him.
That's right, Mario. Casey McGee spent parts of two seasons as Fernandez's teammate with the Marlins, and there was a very special bond between Fernandez and his son. More on that coming up in just a bit.
All right, buddy, thanks. We'll look forward to that. In the meantime, that'll be an infield hit for Upton, who smoked one to Cuthbert, who made a diving play but couldn't hold on.
And one of the things that we have talked about all season long is the fact that Cuthbert is an outstanding defender down at third base, and he gets to this absolute missile off the bat of Jay Up. He knocks it down, and he's looking to get the ball to second base to start the double play, and then he just can't handle it. And so Jay Up should be rewarded with a base hit. Just mishandled the exchange there.
Well, these numbers are coming in. The Bernstein advantage, when you look at some of the numbers that Justin had against Volquez, they just got a little bit better if they give him a base hit on that, and they did. So an infield single puts runners at first and second. Upton crushing Volquez in his career.
Told you earlier that Volquez has given up a major league high 117 runs this year, and his earned run average is over 5. So the Tigers can most definitely get right back into this game today, excuse me.
There's a high fly ball to center field. Burns under it, though. Martinez tagging from second but holding, and on one pitch, Ibar retired. 2 gone. That'll bring up Jared Saltalamacchia. Salty at 176, 12 homers this year.
And Saltalamacchia, as he has done so many times this year, and he can get you 3 runs in a hurry. 12 homers this year for Saltalamacchia in limited playing time. He's driven in 38.
It's almost too many home runs to count that were huge home runs this year for the Tigers.
And Saltalamacchia also was a teammate of Jose Fernandez. He spent about a year and a half in a Miami Marlins uniform. So he caught him.
Big swing there. Didn't he homer against Fernandez this year?
Second game of the year.
Second game, yeah.
Yep, second game of the year. He had a big home run against Fernandez. That was the first loss that Fernandez had in his home ballpark. He's only lost 2 games there. Just a tremendous young player, Jose Fernandez.
0-2 on Saltalamacchia. Ball high, 1-2. .30 now for Volquez, 18 of which are strikes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the Tigers are done here in the second. No runs, a walk, an infield hit. We go to the third.
And it ends so quickly like this, it's very sad. It's very sad, It's a guy with a bright future. His mom, his family, his mother. I mean, everybody feel like really bad about it.
Jose Iglesias clearly distraught about the news of Jose Fernandez as he got to the ballpark like everybody else here this afternoon. And Iggy was initially in the starting lineup but was taken out of the lineup.
Yeah, you can imagine. They played together on the Cuban national team, and they're about the same age.
There's a ground ball base hit by Paulo Orlando.
Paulo Orlando is 3 for his last 3. He got that huge hit last night with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the top half of the 9th inning off the Tigers closer over the head of Cam Maben to tie the score at 4. He's had a wonderful year, Orlando.
Well, he's got 5 hits in this series, including his 2 here today as Alex Gordon stands in.
It'll be a little easier for the Royals to keep the pressure on Sanchez by stealing some bases here, should they want to do so. They've got a lot of speed. Orlando's already stolen 1 base in the game.
Paulo now 13 out of 15 stolen base attempts, with his swipe back in the first was a delayed steal.
And although Sanchez has done a better job this year at trying to limit the stolen bases while he's on the mound, he still has a ways to go. There have been
quite a few attempts this year while Sanchez has been on the hill. As a matter of fact, twice as many as any other pitcher on the roster.
Snap throw and the runner back. I don't know, Rod, if there's anything you can do to help a pitcher speed up the delivery or hold runners better or stop the stolen bases, and maybe in some cases it's just holding onto the baseball more.
Well, that's going to be it for Sanchez. We've seen a lot of pitchers start to do that. He doesn't have a great move, so one of the ways to limit the stolen base activity is just what you said: hold the baseball for about 4 or 5 seconds, and you make that base runner a little edgier over there. He starts to jump back and forth, and he doesn't get a good jump.
Way outside. 2-1 on Gordon. Sanchez came on in the second after Hardy finished up for Boyd in the first. The Tigers threw a combined 41 pitches in the first inning between Boyd and Hardy. Pulled on the ground, foul right into the glove of Cabrera, but it's foul. Oh, it actually got by him.
It's tough to see here
telling
today.
You, man, it looked like it went right in his glove.
I mean, there's been already a couple of ground balls that have been hit in the game where you just don't even know where they're going today. I can only imagine what some of the players are going through. It's tough to see down there today.
Well, the one that Perez hit that forced to end out the second inning, didn't even see that thing off the bat. There's strike 3 called. Gordon didn't like that one as he backpedals out of the box.
Outstanding breaking ball by Anibal Sanchez with outstanding tilt on it. It looked like it landed on the inner third of home plate, but we'll take a look at it to see if it was a generous call here by Dan Iasonia. Looked good.
And Gordon thought it was a little bit inside, but yeah, he might have had it beat. Close enough. Here's Escobar.
And be careful on first pitches to Escobar. Even though he's been seeing quite a few pitches in his plate appearances the last month or so, he is still a first pitch swinging fastball guy.
Had a big rip. Escobar's had a little bit of a resurgence in power this year, although he hadn't had too many. He's got 7. For him, that's a lot. He had 6 combined each the last 2 years when you total up 14 and 15. And he has 7 all of this year. Many of them in the second half. 6 of them were hit since the early part of August, so he's been hitting with a little bit more power. 0 for 1 with a ground ball in this game is Escobar. Orlando continues to see a lot of throws back to first base.
He doesn't have a very big lead.
1-1. I'm always amazed by guys like Escobar. He's played in 166 straight games counting today now, and it was what, 2 years ago where he played in every single game of the season.
Yep, he was the only player in the majors that year that played in all 162.
At a very demanding position. 1-2 on Escobar.
It's a wonderful crowd here today for the final Sunday afternoon game of the regular season.
Fan appreciation weekend here at the ballpark, and unfortunately the Royals jumped out to a quick lead, 4 in the first. Got him, strike 3 in the outside corner, and Escobar knew it. Second strikeout for Sanchez. MGM Grand Detroit brings you the scouting report on the Tigers, who compared to last year, Rod, are right in the thick of it the final week of the season.
Oh, one of the reasons why their numbers pretty much across the board are a lot better this year than that last place finish they had in the Central a season ago.
0-1 on Cuthbert. The ebb and flow of a pennant race is amazing sometimes. You win a couple of games and all of a sudden everybody's giddy. You lose one game and everybody thinks, well, it's over.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be a fascinating final week. 0-2 now on Chesler Cuthbert.
I mean, when you think about the game of baseball, though, a couple of days ago, the Baltimore Orioles were down to their last batter. It looked like the Tigers would go up a game and a half in the wild card against Baltimore, but they rallied to win that game in 12. And then you have that gut-wrenching loss the Tigers took yesterday, and now Baltimore back on top of the Tigers by a half a game.
But as we mentioned, it can change daily, and typically does. The loss yesterday the Tigers took was one that many thought, well, you've got 2 outs, 2 strikes. Up by a couple of runs, going to win this game.
And as good as Rodriguez has been really all season long.
Here's the 1-2. Runner goes. It'll get away from Saltalamacchia, go to the backstop. Orlando going to try and get to third, and he will safely. He picked it up nicely at second base and got himself to third.
That's a changeup that's down, so he's going to steal the base successfully. But once that ball jumps over the glove of Saltalamacchia, with him being on the move, he knew he could get all the way over to third base. You also saw Orlando. The fact that Mario, he was stealing a base, but he was still looking in toward home plate to see what kind of activity was done at the plate. And because of that, Ian Kinsler, who was at second base, couldn't deke him into pretending like the ball was coming from the catcher. Look at Orlando. He's looking in the whole way. Now this ball gets away from Saltalamacchia, and he knows he can get all the way over to third base. Where usually you have some guys that are stealing second, they're focused on the bag, and then they start their slide. They never see that it's a wild pitch.
Well, he's got some long strides, man. He got from first to third quickly. It's a stolen base wild pitch. That'll bounce in. Salty blocks that one. Full count now, 3-2 on Cuthbert. And Sanchez suddenly has a man at third with 2 outs. Here's the 3-2. Line drive toward left field, hooking down the line. That's going to be foul. Cuthbert just out in front of that one. Mondesi waiting on deck. Tigers bullpen has done a pretty good job here of quieting things down after the 4 runs early on 5 hits in that first inning. There's a fly ball into left field, hit pretty good. Upton going back to the track, to the wall, and it's gone. Chesler Cuthbert, the 8th hitter in the lineup, has hit a 2-run shot to make it 6-0 KC. The 11th home run of the year for Cuthbert.
He got a fastball, 4-seam fastball at 91 miles an hour. That was right at the belt buckle, and it was right down the heart of the plate. And those just don't make it to the catcher's glove very often.
29th home run of the year allowed by Sanchez. That ball hammered in the air to right field and deep, way back. Martinez looks up, and you got to be kidding me. Raul Mondesi has just hit his 2nd home run of the year, both against the Tigers.
He got himself a fastball, and he does show some surprising power to hit a ball that far in that direction.
It's where he hit the one against Verlander, I think. He pulled Verlander earlier this year.
So back-to-back fastballs thrown by Anibal Sanchez, one at 91, the next one 90 miles an hour, and Mondesi makes him pay. Tigers now have 2 pitchers on their current roster that have given up 30 homers this year. Verlander's given up 30 homers too.
They are tied for the most on the team. Burns finally takes a pitch. It's a strike, 0-1. Singled on the first pitch in the first. He flied out on the first pitch in the second. That one almost hit him. Well, more action in the Tigers bullpen. Mike Pelfrey starting to warm up now. Sliced out of play.
If you're Brad, you were kind of hoping that you would not have to dip into your bullpen as much as you're going to have to today, with Boyd not getting one out here this afternoon. Because you do have Buck Farmer going tomorrow, and Buck's going to need some help. He's going to need that bullpen tomorrow. It's not like Justin Verlander's going tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point. In fact, game 1 tomorrow has Buck going up against Corey Kluber.
Ooh.
So that'll be a tough game. But the Tigers, like they have this entire stretch run, will need a young pitcher to step up.
Yes, they will. And for the most part, they have stepped up all year long, the young staff.
1-2 on Burns.
Billy Burns last year was in the Rookie of the Year conversation pretty much all year with the Oakland Athletics, and then he got off to a miserable start this year. He was sent down to the minor leagues and then traded.
Burns nearly hit 300 as a rookie last year.
Right, and stole a lot of bases.
He's going to fight that one off his foot, foul.
He's the kind of player, though, that the Kansas City Royals, they like. Guys that can really run, guys that are switch hitters. They have several guys on their current roster that just have outstanding speed, above average speed. Burns is one. Orlando one. Dyson, Gore, Kane, and the list goes on and on.
It sure does. Outside, Tigers not facing Lorenzo Cain, who's been battling a bad wrist and may be done for the year for the Royals.
And it's probably the best thing for the Royals and Lorenzo Cain. Allow him to go into the offseason and to get healthy.
Down he goes, a swing and a miss to strike him out. Inning over. 2 homers though for the Royals in this inning, and they extend their lead to 7-0. All right, Trev, here it is 7-0 in favor of the Royals. They have jumped all over Tigers pitching in this game to the tune of 7 runs on 9 hits. And, well, we're keeping an eye on that wild card race. The Tigers half game back.
It's going to be a very interesting week, so buckle your seatbelts and enjoy the ride.
Romine leads it off as the Tigers bat here in the third. Romine, Kinsler, and Maven.
Romine's been getting a lot of reps lately and playing just about every single day somewhere in that infield.
Flares this one in the air to center, and there's Billy Burns. One gone. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Yeah, just to give you an idea how lopsided this one has been through the first 2.5 frames. The Kansas City Royals have already hit around twice in their order, and that was Romine's first at bat of the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, well, that sizes it up right now. Kinsler hit a line drive his first time up, but right at the shortstop, and he'll take a strike. Volquez with the 0-1 inside. You know, sometimes it's great to get out to a big lead if you're a starting pitcher. They got Volquez 4 in the first and 3 in the third, but there also goes with a big lead a situation where you got to keep your concentration and continue to attack.
And no doubt, and you have to also continue to mix in all of your pitches.
Bouncer back up the middle and into center field. That's a base hit.
Well, if you joined us a little late, here's our Comerica Bank game summary. Matthew Boyd started for the Tigers, and he came off a sensational start 5 days ago against the Minnesota Twins. But he was touched up first pitch of the game, base hit, another base hit on a fastball, triple by Merrifield. And then you have a breaking ball that's hit there by the designated hitter Morales and a changeup. So he threw everything but the kitchen sink at the Kansas City Royals in that very first inning, but everything was up and they didn't miss anything.
Here's Cameron Maybin. Time called, late time given to Maybin, who something buzzing around his helmet, I guess.
And what were those things in Cleveland? Midgets?
Midges. The midge.
They didn't follow us here, did they?
No, I don't think so. I'm thinking staying in Cleveland, man. Those are they're pests. 1 on, 1 out. Shows bunt. 1 ball, no strikes. Single for Maybin back in the first. Tigers now have 3 hits. Kinsler now has reached safely in 9 of his last 12 plate appearances. Measuring his lead, that ball flared in the air to shallow center field. Burns coming on, going to be a base hit. Kinsler on his way to third, and the throw not in time. Good single for Maybin.
Outstanding base running by Ian Kinsler. Burns in center field has outstanding speed, so he wasn't quite sure whether that ball was going to drop or not, but then he got close enough to second base. He realized that it was going to fall, and then he turned on the jets and ran right in the face of Burns, and a close play at third base, but Kinsler able to make it safely. Some nice base running instincts by the Tigers leadoff hitter. That is 5 hits in the last 2 days for Cameron Maybin.
He has been red hot. 6-game hitting streak for Maybin. That'll set up Cabrera, who bounced into a double play his first time up. Ball 1 to Miguel.
Yeah, Miggy came in career .375 hitter against Edinson Volquez.
Foul back, 1 ball and 1 strike. Cabrera also a .308 career hitter against the Royals. And 1 swing here could get the Tigers back in this game. They're down 7-0 early. Two and 1.
And just about everything that has been thrown to Miguel in his first 2 plate appearances this afternoon by Volquez have all been pitches that are away from Mickey, whether it be the fastball or the changeup.
Three and one now on Cabrera. Victor Martinez waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1. High ball 4, and the bases are loaded. We'll see the Tigers take on the Indians tomorrow through Thursday. Get 4 tickets, hot dogs, chips, and drinks, all for just $16 per person. The weekday value pack. Visit tigers.com/value or call 866-66-TIGER. Well, a golden opportunity here now for the Tigers to get back in this thing. Victor is 0 for 1 with a ground out. Although he's only 3 for 25 against Volquez career. He's got Kinsler, Maben, and Cabrera aboard.
And Victor, in his first at bat today, grounded out to the shortstop on the first pitch that he saw from Edinson Volquez. That was in the bottom half of the 2nd inning.
And a ball outside to Victor.
And they say that the exact same day that Victor Martinez was hit on the knee last week from Trevor Bauer, he got a cortisone shot that exact same day. He was out of action for a couple of days, but since he's been back, he's been swinging the bat a little bit better. You can tell his legs are a little bit more underneath him in his last few games.
Victor this year has hit 5 home runs against the Royal staff. And he'll take outside 2-0, and now Volquez painting himself into a corner here.
And surprisingly enough, Comerica Park is not playing as big this year as it has in recent memory. This ballpark has given up a lot of home runs. It's in the top 5 in baseball, which is surprising.
Very surprising. At 420,
you would not think that.
To dead center field. Crowd starting to get into it for the first time today. They're loaded up here. 1 out. That ball hit high in the air, deep into right center field, to the track, to the wall, and it's gone! A grand slam for Victor Martinez! And the Tigers are still very much alive.
I just think he did, partner.
He just hit a slam. And Victor inciting the crowd. Now let's go. Oh, there is life on that Tigers bench. That is his 6th home run of the season against the Royals. And how big was that? Huge. Suddenly 7-4. And J.D. hammers one to right center field. That ball is going to get down. Burns over to cut it off. J.D. on his way to second, in with a double.
How about these Tigers and the way they're running the bases?
Very aggressive. J.D. Martinez hustling double.
We talked about Miguel Cabrera and the way he's been running the bases for about a week now. Every single Tiger running the bases aggressively. We saw Ian go 1st to 3rd in this inning. J.D. Martinez hits this ball in the right center field, and look at him go. He did not pause. He did not stop. He did not slow down. And he gets in there with a hustling double.
Quick conversation on the mound to try and refocus Volquez. That Victor Martinez grand slam, his 5th career slam. Now here is Upton.
This crowd has come to life.
That Martinez grand slam is to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark. I mean, he shot it through Triple's alley and over the wall out there.
He killed it.
That's going to get away from Perez, and there's going to be no throw.
J.D. Martinez got his PF Flyers on the day.
Huh? He wasted little time, man. Good read on that ball. And now he is just 90 feet away.
You had to have a pair of them PF Flyers when you was a kid, right?
I did, man.
Them shoes that made you feel like you was running fast.
You always did run faster. It was fact. Boy, now the crowd is suddenly alive here.
And chip away.
Ooh. Popped him up.
He just missed that thing.
Here comes Cuthbert. Ooh, he had trouble with that, and Upton is out.
Let's take a look at the home run swing here by Victor Martinez. We talked about the fact that he's got his legs underneath him, and when Victor's able to get that front foot up down and hit against that firm front side, he rotates those hips as well as anybody, and he just simply turned on that ball thrown by Volquez, and he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it.
Man, oh man, what an electric moment. Tigers were down 7-0. It's now 7-4. And there's a ball low to Eric Ibar, who flied out his first time up. Volquez trying to reel it in, got a big out of Upton for the second out of the inning. Inside, 2-0 on Ibar. Inside, 3-0. This rally started with a 1-out single by Kinsler. Then Maven singled, and then Cabrera walked. More action to the Tigers' pen. Sheen, Green, and Pelfrey now starting to warm up. And he lost him, ball 4. It's going to bring the tying run to the plate. Here is Saltalamacchia. Tigers now one swing from tying this up. Salty struck out against Volquez in the second. Low, ball 1. There's action on the KC pen. Peter Moylan starting to warm up. This will be the 25th pitch coming up. Meanwhile, for Volquez, the Tigers hitting around here in the 3rd. Now the 1-0. 2-0 on Saltalamacchia.
He got Salty out on that real slow breaking ball. Saltalamacchia's first time up. He punched out in the second inning. Now he finds himself in just an outstanding, predictable fastball count. And about 91-92 has been the average fastball so far today. They're thrown by Volquez, but they're not going to give in to him. Salvador wants the breaking ball.
Meanwhile, 3-0.
You know he's got the green light, right?
We've got to have the green light here.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Romine waiting on deck. Tying run at the plate. A grand slam by Victor Martinez here in the 3rd.
And Salty pretty much has one thing on his mind if he does swing at this 3-0 fastball.
He had a rip.
Here's our high-speed pitch, and it is brought to you by Xfinity. Top fastball, 94, thrown by Volquez so far this afternoon. He's gone as low as 77 with his curveball.
Here's the 3-1. Way outside, ball 4. That's going to load the bases.
Is Ned Yost going to have to go get him?
Volquez was staked to a 7-0 lead.
Salvador Perez is going to go out now and start to talk to Volquez. He's buying some time for Ned Yost. I don't know if he's going to take him out of the game or not, but he is definitely buying some more time for Moylan, who was in that dugout. I mean, excuse me, in the bullpen. He's going to go get him.
So in a game in which he led 7-0, Volquez not going to get a chance to win it. 4 walks, 3 in this inning. That's going to be the end for Edinson Volquez, who faces 9 batters in the inning, and the Royals have to go to their bullpen early as well. 7-4 game, bases loaded. We'll be back.
Bale Tire pitch by pitch at how Volquez tried to go after Victor Martinez. He missed with the first 2 fastballs that were away, and then he tried to sneak one on the outside corner. Victor Martinez was looking for that piece of cheese, and he was able to reach out and hit it over the out-of-town scoreboard for a grand slam to get the Tigers back in this game. Victor had really no success whatsoever against Volquez in his career.
Well, now Peter Moylan coming out of the bullpen to try and put out the fire here.
And Moylan's had a nice year, pitching in his 48th game this year for the Kansas City Royals. Has 7 holds, a 3.53 ERA, 33 punch-outs, 16 walks. He does not throw very hard. He throws from underneath, and he's pretty much a fastball slider guy.
It'll be Andrew Romine here with the bases loaded. The Tigers down by 3. Romine flied out in his first at bat. Here's a bunt. Back to the mound. They're going to come home and get the force there.
And Romine, he and J.D. Martinez weren't on the same page there. He wouldn't have made it safely anyway, J.D. Martinez, but J.D. had no idea Romine was going to bunt there.
That'll end the inning, but the big home run gets the Tigers and the fans back in this game. Grand slam for Victor. Here is today's Meyer playoff push. Here are the scores the Tigers are concerning themselves with. Toronto, which has the first wild card spot, leading the Yanks 1-0. Baltimore leads Arizona 2-1. The Orioles right now hold on to the second spot, right ahead of the Tigers. Seattle, Minnesota, and LA, Houston also a couple of teams in it. And as you look at the wild card standings, the Tigers, well, they're just a half game behind Baltimore.
Yeah, just win, baby. Just win.
Meanwhile, Shane Green will come out of the bullpen now. He's going to pitch in the 4th inning of this game for the Tigers.
Well, once you get in the final week of the season and you're looking at getting in the postseason, you do some things during the regular season you normally wouldn't do. And that's using Shane Green here in the 4th inning. But he's got to slow down the Kansas City Royals to give his team a chance to come back in the game.
Whit Merrifield will lead things off. It'll be Merrifield, Morales, and Perez here in the 4th.
And just a couple of weeks ago, Shane Green was the Tigers' 8th inning guy, getting the ball to Francisco Rodriguez.
And aside from some starts earlier in the year, this is the earliest we've seen him in a game. Merrifield had a triple to not get a run in the 1st. That'll sail outside. 2-1 on Merrifield. Royals have hit 3 home runs in this game. The Tigers have one big one, though, a slam off the bat of Victor Martinez.
Home runs are way up across the Major League Baseball this year. And not only for the Tigers, but every single team probably has hit more home runs this year than it did last year.
There's a ground ball base hit to right field. Second hit of the game for Merrifield. Fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app and take Fox Sports Detroit and Tigers baseball with you wherever you go. Well, to kind of illustrate your point, Rod, Raul Mondesi has a home run in this game.
Yeah.
And he's had only 2 all year. So here is Kenrys Morales.
It's a big at-bat right here. And Morales with monster numbers on the season against the Tigers. As a matter of fact, the last couple of years since he's had that Royals uniform on, he's pretty much had his way with Tigers pitching.
Ball 1.
Hit his 30th home run yesterday, and you have to go all the way back to the year 2000, the last year the Kansas City Royals had a hitter with 30 or more home runs. That would be Jermaine Dye, who hit 33 that year.
1-0 is fouled back. Morales struggled early in the year, but his numbers have picked up in the second half. Five hits and a couple of RBIs in this series against the Tigers. Infield playing to pull, looking for the ground ball. Sprayed foul, back out of play. 7 runs on 10 hits for the Royals, 4 runs on 6 hits for the Tigers. Perez on deck. Another foul, back out of play. So the Tigers went with Boyd, who lasted 5 batters today. Then Hardy closed out the first, then Sanchez, and now Green here in the 4th.
I don't think Saltalamacchia I like that last pitch to Morales, and the ball was up in the strike zone, and you brought it up. You need a ground ball here. You need him to hit something on the ground. You don't want him to be that comfortable swinging the bat with 2 strikes.
Merrifield back in, standing up. Kansas City has had a base runner, at least one in every inning so far. Dylan G is in the Royals bullpen. Outside runner goes, throw down to second is going to get by Ibar. who came scooting over from the shortstop position. That'll be a stolen base.
That is the second delayed steal of the game that they've been successful on here today. Orlando did it earlier in the game, and now you have Merrifield with a delayed steal. 2-3 big crow hops towards second base. You try to catch the infielders sleeping, and this play kind of works because you have the infielders kind of playing out of position anyway. When's the last time you saw 2 delayed steals work in the same game?
I'm not sure it ever has that I've seen. You don't see it very often. They've got 3 stolen bases overall. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Romine can't get it into center field. They're going to stop the runner at third. Now he's going to come home. Merrifield stopped briefly at third base. It's an RBI single for Morales.
And Morales is 3 for 3.
Man, he just continues to hit Tigers pitching. We'll make it 8-4, and here is the Chevy Silverado most dependable player. It's Sal Perez, who, well, when you talk about innings caught, Perez at the top of the list since 13.
He's a gamer. But if you look at some of his numbers, I mean, he's a really good first half player, but he's really tails off in the second half of the year. And the reason for that is probably the amount of innings that he catches.
Sooner or later, it has to catch up with you.
But as he gets older, I'm sure Ned Yost will start to give him days off that he has not given him off earlier in his career.
Little chopper to third. That's a foul ball.
Shane Green needs a ground ball off of Perez's bat right here in the worst way. And he does ground into quite a few double plays, as you can imagine, with that big swing that he takes. And as hard as he hits the ball, and obviously he does not run very well, so he is a classic double play candidate.
2-run homer off the starter Boyd in the first inning. Perez hit into a force in his last at bat. He'll pop this one up. The second baseman Kinsler to the grass. One gone. That'll bring up Paulo Orlando. Royals have not started one of their better hitters today, and Eric Hosmer, who got the day off, and yet they still have been able to post 8 runs on 11 hits.
Yeah, Hosmer homered yesterday in the 9th inning. It was a 3-run home run that gave him 100 RBI, and for the first time in his major league career.
Meanwhile, Orlando, 2 singles, 2 steals, and a run scored. There is Eric Hosmer, the fine young first baseman for the Royals. All-Star Game MVP this year. Way outside, 2-0. Shane Green here in the 4th. Tigers showing some life getting back in this game on the grand slam by Victor Martinez.
And crowd really got into it.
Blow it away. 3-0.
And Brad's going to have to get somebody up in his bullpen if Green doesn't have it today. Can't wait around. Baltimore's leading their game right now in the bottom half of the 4th inning against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
He's swinging on 3-0 and pops it in the air to shallow center. Maben coming on. 2 gone. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit, brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. Bell Tire, get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. And by Chevrolet, more than you expect for less than you imagine. What a gorgeous ballpark. It is filled today. The Tigers and Royals wrapping up this series. Alex Gordon looks at ball 1.
And final Sunday home game. Tigers also have another day game, which will be on Thursday against the Cleveland Indians before they take off for Atlanta for their final road trip of the year and final 3 games of the season. Love day baseball here at Comerica Park.
It certainly is special, and I think when you get later into the season, in the month of September, where typically the temperature is going to be in the 70s during the day, just makes it a great scene.
Yeah, especially sitting in the sun. Just a wonderful afternoon.
Gordon singles into right center field. It's going to find the gap. Maben going over to slide, trying to cut it off. They're going to try and score the run. Here comes the throw. It's going to go to third base, and the run will score. Kendrys Morales lumbering around the bases, comes in to score another run. Well, that one hurts.
I mean, you get the grand slam off the bat of Victor Martinez in the bottom half of the third inning, and then you come back and give up 2 more runs here.
We'll make it a 9-4 game, and Rich Doobie is out to talk with Shane Green. Morales said Gordon with RBIs. That's going to make it 12 hits now already for KC. We're only in the 4th inning. Hey, every weekday morning, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp go head-to-head on the day's hottest sports topics. Undisputed with Skip and Shannon, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 6:30 Pacific, only on FS1.
You ever check that out?
I haven't seen it yet.
Simo's favorite show.
Is it really?
Yeah, Simo loves that show.
What about you?
I have not seen it yet.
No? Simo loves Skip Bayless, I do.
And now they got Shannon Sharp on there, man. So you got to put your boots. You don't have enough. Your boots aren't good up high enough.
Nice boots comment.
If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Alcides Escobar, the batter. He's 0 for 2. Ground ball and a strikeout for Escobar. Gordon is second with 2 outs, 2 runs in for the Royals. Swing and a miss. Escobar has gone 2 for 8 in the series. Up and in, 2-1. Tigers have thrown a lot of pitches in this game already.
They really have.
I mean, it started with 41 in the first inning alone when the Royals scored 4. Missed high. That one was up. 3-1 on Escobar.
Just about everything that Green has thrown since coming into the contest has been up in the strike zone. He has thrown a total of 23 pitches, and he has missed the strike zone with 11 of those.
Tigers as a staff right now throwing 104 pitches. Try to hold up one around. Not trying to make an excuse here, but you know, Green's not used to pitching at this point in the game. I mean, he's got his routine, I'm sure. He's pretty much been pitching in the 8th inning. Do you think that has had an effect?
It could have, but I'm sure that Mick Billmeyer, who is the bullpen coach down there, probably alerted him that he was going to be in the game early today. So he's probably had enough time to get loose and get mentally prepared to come into the game. He just has not made quality pitches so far, and that's the reason why they've scored a couple of runs against him.
Pelfrey again warming up in the Detroit bullpen.
I know Brad was probably hoping to get 2 innings today out of Green, but it looks like he's only going to get 1 out of him.
And again, the 3-2. Ground ball to second. That'll be routine for Kinsler, and that'll end the inning. But the Royals add 2 more to the tally. And we'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Detroit. slow start. It certainly did in the first inning, Trev, when the Royals scored 4 times. But those scores continue to mount now as we get later into those games. We'll certainly keep our eyes on those games. Critical as far as the Tigers are concerned for the playoff push here. And Dylan G has come out of the bullpen now for KC.
And G, the former New York Met, pitching in his 33rd game this year. And 4.63 ERA for Dylan G.
Kinsler, Maben, Cabrera on top of the order coming up here. It is a 9-4 ball game now. 5-run lead for the Royals. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Kinsler takes way outside, 3-0.
There's still a whole lot of baseball to be played in this game.
Ian got it started last inning with a single. And he'll get his. Oh, that looked like a ball. Kinsler thought it was a ball. Strike called by Dan Iasonia.
It's a generous strike, that much is for sure.
Three and 2 now on Ian. G replaces Moylan, who replaced the starter Fulquez. Fulquez had a 7-0 lead in this game and was probably looking at this as like, well, I got a chance to pick me up a late season victory here, but he couldn't get out of the third.
Nope, and it's pretty much been his whole season. He came in with an ERA that was over 5. He had given up more runs than anybody in all of baseball. So you knew the Tigers were going to have a chance to score some runs today.
To center field for Burns. 1 out.
You saw Ian showing some frustration there, pounding his bat into the ground. I don't think he was as upset and popping up as the fact that that 3-0 pitch was called a strike by Dan Iasonia.
Agreed. Should have been ball 4, but he didn't get the call.
And here's his frustration by Ian after he pops up.
Here's Cameron Maben. Fouled away 0-1. Ian, part owner in that bat company Warstick.
Yes, he is.
So if he broke that last bat by slamming it to the ground, I'm sure he could just simply make a phone call.
Yeah, he is the owner.
Send me some more bats. Hammered to center field. Burns on the run. Still going back. Still going back. Not going to get it. Up against the center field wall. Maben rounding second. He's going to third. He's got a triple. Oh, man. Cameron Maben red hot. 3 more hits today.
And Cameron Maben got what appeared to be some kind of an off-speed pitch that was up in the strike zone that was tailing inside on him. And he ripped it over the head of the very speedy center fielder Billy Burns for his 5th triple of the season.
Now here is Cabrera as the Tigers try and get a run back here. Miguel with a walk and a double play ball. Tigers have their 7th hit of the game. Up and in. 1-0 on Miggy.
Here's Cameron Maben running out of the batter's box on his triple.
That ball just took off on the center fielder Burns, and Maben saw it immediately and said, I got a 3-bagger.
He coasted when he got to third. Ooh, good pitch to hit there for Miggy.
Right down the middle.
A little change up at 83. He better not throw that again.
Ground ball to second. That'll get the run in, knocked down, and they'll get the out. Maben scores.
is the Magic Moonshot. It is presented by Magic Window. It was back in the 3rd inning. It's a 2-0 pitch. A little two-seam fastball that Volquez tried to get outside against Victor. And Victor hit it out for a grand slam. And then Victor told the crowd, let's go.
Talk about energizing a crowd. Well, the Tigers now back to within 4 again. It's a 9-5 game. And Martinez looks at a strike. He was spinning away from that pitch. 27 home runs for Victor. Here's the defense.
And with that RBI, now Miguel is 5 RBI shy of getting to 100 again, which he pretty much has been every single year that he's been in the big leagues, with the exception of last season.
That dives in nicely, 1-2.
Yeah, nice little bender there thrown by G at 76 miles an hour.
This game has turned into a bullpen game for both sides. Volquez unable to pitch with a 7-0 lead. Was knocked out early.
A lot of offense in the game, a lot of runs scored, a lot of hits by both teams.
That is a fair ball to first base, gloved there by Merrifield, and that'll end the inning. Tigers get a run back though, and the RBI ground out by Cabrera, and we'll go to the 5th. Greater coverage of baseball. Look who's coming to town next. The Indians, whose magic number is down to 2. They are trailing in their game today. They last won the division in 07.
Outstanding home team are the Cleveland Indians, but they are not that good on the road, although they have beaten the Tigers. And with regularity this season, stranger things have happened. Tigers are going to need to take 3 or 4 at least from Cleveland when they get here.
Tigers go back to the bullpen now. Mike Pelfrey will check in.
And Pelfrey, for the most part, a starter all season long. Landed on the disabled list, and when he came off the disabled list, Brad and put him in the bullpen.
He will face 8-9-1. Cuthbert, Mondesi, and Burns. Been a wild one so far. 9-5 in favor of the Royals.
It's going to get wilder before this one's all over, too.
Yeah, I think you're right.
This has the making of one of those crazy kind of games down the stretch. Don't leave us. Tigers going to score some more runs in this one.
9 runs, 12 hits for KC. 5 runs, 7 hits for the Tigers. That's sliced up the middle into center, base hit.
Goodness gracious, these Royals today.
Second hit of the game for Cuthbert, a rocket up the middle.
And that's the one thing about it. Of the 13 hits they've gotten today, very few cheap hits today.
Here is Mondesi, who homered against Sanchez in the third. Back-to-back homers, Cuthbert and Sanchez in that game.
And Mondesi likes to bunt a lot, but I don't think he'll be bunting here. They're up by 4 runs in the 5th inning, but you never know. You always have to be aware of that, and that's why Ibar is playing in the cut of the grass at third base.
Fouled away 0-1. Mondesi's been considered one of their better prospects, Rod. There's no doubt he can play in terms of speed. He's got the bloodlines. His dad played a long time in the major leagues, but I don't know that certainly power is not going to be a big part of his game. What do you see as the ceiling for Mondesi?
Well, he's going to be a guy that should be able to hit 270, 280, especially with his speed and the fact that he can put the ball in play. He can use his legs, obviously, to get a lot of hits.
Bunted. That's a foul ball.
And so he's going to be a good player. He's a shortstop by trade, so he already comes with athleticism and a very strong arm. He's going to be a good big league player for a long time. He's the same kind of player that the Royals just love to have on their everyday roster.
Mike Pelfrey replaces Shane Green. I guess the hope was they could have gotten 2 innings out of Green today, but he gave up 2 runs.
And Mike throws lots of ground balls, but it'll be tough to double up this youngster here, Mondesi. He runs very well.
Got him on strikes. 1 out.
And nice little breaking ball here thrown by Pelfrey. Could have been a split-fingered fastball, though.
Burns 1 for 3, singled, scored a run in the first. He flied out in the second and struck out in the third. And already Billy Burns has had 4 at bats now. We're only in the 5th. And their team has 13 hits. That's why. Royals jumped out to a 7-0 lead before the Tigers got a grand slam from Victor Martinez in the third. And they've been going back and forth since. Two 2-0 on Burns. Called up July 30th. Actually traded July 30th, I should say. They got him from the Oakland A's. Brett Eibner going the other way in that deal. There's a chopper to second base. This could be 2, a 4, a 6. Got him in a 3. Double play.
They're going to take a look at it.
The Billy Burns speed made it close. See if the Royals want to challenge it.
That is a routine double play ball, but Burns with his speed nearly beat it out.
Tigers holding off, walking off the field. Now they're going to challenge it. Let us see here. They may have beaten it out. Lance Barrett made the call at first base. I think he just beat it. Burns with his speed, especially coming out of the left side of the batter's box.
And take a look at Burns here. When you're running down the line, this is exactly what they teach you to do. They teach you to hit the front part of the bag, because if you hit the front part of the bag, obviously you're getting there, and if the umpire can hear that sound before he hears the sound of the ball going in the glove, he could possibly be safe, and that made the difference for Burns.
Yeah, they called him safe on the challenge, so it'll bring in Whit Merrifield now.
Now, if he hits the bag in the middle of the bag, or if he goes to the furthest part of the bag, then that's a double play ball. So that's a key there. You got to hit the front part of the bag when you're running down the line.
Merrifield has a single and a triple plus a stolen base. Ball 1. Merrifield now at 286. Burns spinning his wheels as he gets back into first base. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Billy with 17 steals. The Royals have been in a running mood today. In there is strike 1-1.
And that next team the Tigers see for the next 4 days. Yeah, the Cleveland Indians, they've been running a lot too. They lead the American League in stolen bases, led by the 35-year-old Rajai Davis.
You talked about that stat the last time we were in Cleveland on the last road trip, and I didn't believe it, man. I had to look it up and like, wow. I didn't realize the Indians stole that many. In there, a strike call now on Merrifield. 1-2.
A nice little swing back fastball there thrown by Pelfrey. Started that ball off the plate. Had some two-seam action to it. Caught the outside corner, but Merrifield not necessarily buying it.
Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Should Merrifield reach, you got Kendrys Morales on deck, and he's been red hot.
Yeah, he's the last person you want to see. And coming to the dish with runners on base.
Runner goes, pretty good jump, fouled out of play. Burns heads back. Merrifield had a steal in the 4th and a couple of stolen bases for Paulo Orlando. 3 on the day for the Royals. Royals have had 6 extra base hits already today. And now Pelfrey making sure Burns doesn't get too comfy down there.
Yeah, it's a nice job by Pelfrey. He held that one long enough and then simply stepped off. And you could tell that Burns, and by his actions at first base and the fact that he's leaning, is anticipating trying to get a good enough jump to steal a bag here. It's a good count to run in too. 2-2 count could be a breaking ball count for Burns.
Burns holding that time. There's Morales on deck. Swing and a miss. Merrifield is out and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. Tigers baseball today presented by Bell Tire. The bottom of the fifth, and what has been a wild slugfest so far in this game. Royals at one point led 7-0. Then the Tigers got a grand slam to get back into it. It'll be J.D. Martinez, Justin Upton, Eric Ibar facing Dylan G, who came on in the last half inning, and he spins home a strike. 0-1. J.D. a double and a walk. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and Martinez takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Up and in. That ball sailed high.
And that breaking ball slipped out of the hand of Dylan G.
Former New York Met in the big leagues for a few seasons, beginning in 2010 with the Mets. Strike on the inside part of the plate, and a long look by J.D. Martinez.
And just about everything to J.D. Martinez, with the exception of 1 two-seam fastball, has been off speed. A couple of change-ups and 1 breaking ball.
Ground ball back up the middle. They had it played perfectly, though. That is Mondesi. 1 out. Looked like a sure base hit, but Mondesi had him played to pull. Here is Justin Upton. Upton had a single in the second. One for 2 today for J. Up. Came up in a big spot in the third, but popped up, though. He'll look at a strike. 0-1.
And he just missed that breaking ball, too, that he popped up on. It would have been a 3-run home run for Justin had he connected, which wouldn't have surprised anybody, as hot as he's been the last calendar month.
That ball is popped up first base side. Going to be playable for Merrifield, who hauls it in, and 2 gone. We check in now with Justin White.
Yeah, Mario, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, several Tigers players were visibly shaken up this morning about the death of Jose Fernandez. Most notably was Casey McGee, who spent parts of 2 seasons with the Marlins and was a teammate of Jose Fernandez. McGee told us that for him, the hardest part was having to tell his son, Mac, who was 9 years old and has cerebral palsy and is also autistic.
I think everybody knows about my son and some of the struggles that he deals with, and you know, a lot of people, they don't really know how to treat him. And but for some reason, Jose had a heart for him, and I'd get to the field, and it wasn't like, hey, Jose, do you mind keeping an eye on him while I hit or whatever. It was, you know, Jose come and grab him, and they were together from the time they got to the field till the time my wife came to pick him up. And you know, I think that really says a lot about what was truly in his heart and what kind of a guy he was.
Just a really heartwarming story from Casey McGee, who told it with tears in his eyes. And guys, I talked to Casey after that interview, and he said about Jose Fernandez, that guy was all in. He did everything in life full speed, and certainly he will be dearly missed by both Casey McGee and his son, Mac.
All right, Justin, thanks. And Rod, you could hear the emotion in the voice of Casey McGee, couldn't you?
Everybody that has talked about it today, Mario, and it really doesn't matter whether you're a Marlin or whether you're a Tiger or Kansas City Royal or watching MLB Network. I mean, this shook up the industry this morning at 24 years old. Just a bright young star taken way too soon.
Saul Telmakia lines out to end the inning. Jose Fernandez dead at the age of 24, and all of baseball is sad. Martinez, his 5th career grand slam. That came in the 3rd after the Tigers fell behind 7-0 to give them life. But Kendrys Morales today 3 for 3, including an RBI double. And Matt Boyd, somewhat surprising, Rod. He came out and faced just 5 batters before departing.
Yeah, he's been so good all season long, and arguably coming off one of his better starts of his career 5 days ago when he went up against the Minnesota Twins and pitched a career high 8 innings. He also had 7 strikeouts in that game, but the Royals, man, they ambushed him here in the very first inning today.
Kendrys Morales lays it off as Pelfrey faces the middle of the lineup. Morales, Perez, Orlando.
Yeah, they've got to get Morales out. And boy, has he had his way against Tigers pitching this season. And it really dates back to last year.
RBI doubled. He singled in the 2nd, RBI base hit in the 4th. Shifting on him defensively. One and 2 the count.
Career numbers here for Kendrys Morales in 79 games against the Tigers. Whoa, 12 homers, 51 driven in, hitting nearly .325. He's a Cuban player, so you know he took the Jose Fernandez news very difficultly as well. You know, we were talking earlier about the last time baseball suffered, you know, a tragic death to one of their players. I brought up Aidenhart's name of the Los Angeles Angels, but just a couple of years ago we lost a Tavares kid, Oscar Tavares, in Dominican Republic in a car accident. So he was very young as well, at 21 years old, young St. Louis Cardinals outfielder.
Here's a 2-2 spinning inside. Brad Ausmus said before the game today he also lived through the death of Darryl Kyle.
Yes.
Former teammate of his.
Absolutely.
And Ken Caminiti was also, when Brad was playing, passed away. So he's been through it a couple of times. It's not easy. Foul back, 3-2 the count stays. And as Brad said before the game, when you get to the big leagues, it is really a tight-knit fraternity between all the players that are able to get to that level, and a shocking death like the one of Fernandez really hits home, regardless of whether or not you were a teammate. Fouled away. So with the 3 hits today, Morales is now 7 for 11 in the series. Again, the 3-2. Sounded like a broken bat to shallow right field and caught there by JD. 1 out here in the 6th. That'll bring up Salvador Perez, and there's more action in the Tigers bullpen. Wow, Jordan Zimmerman warming up. Tigers have been putting together a couple of simulated games for Zimmerman to see when they might be able to get him back. There's a strike called on Perez.
Yeah, today might be just a good opportunity to use Jordan. And Tigers trailing by 4.
Oh, 2. Pelfrey came on in the 5th inning, gave up a single but no damage, and now trying to get him through the 6th. Swing and a miss, and Perez is out of there. 2 gone. 3 strikeouts now for the right-hander Pelfrey. Well, as you might expect, a lot of reaction around the league. Mike Trout, David Ortiz, Eric Hosmer all tweeting about the passing of Jose Fernandez. Mike Trout tweeting absolutely devastated hearing the news, and David Ortiz didn't have many words to describe the pain. So up and down baseball today, a rough afternoon. There's a base hit to left field off the bat of Paulo Orlando. So his big day continues, his 3rd hit of the game. 2-out single for Gordon. Alex in the ball game, a double and an RBI. Trying to pick up Orlando.
And not only does Orlando have 3 hits, he also has a couple of steals today.
Doubled in a run in the 4th inning with 2 outs. And he drives one deep to right field and gone.
Ooh.
Oh, nothing cheap about that one. Gordon wasted little time. A 2-out, 2-run shot for Kansas City. That is his second 2-out hit to score some runs.
Ooh, that sound was awfully loud.
Yeah, it was. And JD in right field didn't even move.
Ugh. Little two-seam fastball right down in the nitro zone of Gordon. Boy, he lifted, he cleaned, and then he separated. Uh-oh. We apologize for that.
Escobar, the batter.
Who was that anyway? We're going to wash their mouth out with some soap.
I'm not sure.
We'll find out.
0-1 on Escobar. 1 ball, 1 strike. Did you ever have that happen to you in grade school?
Get my mouth washed out with soap?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my mom might have washed my mouth out with soap once.
Rod, what kind of child were you? There's a ground ball to short. Couple of steps to his right. Romine. That'll end the inning, but a big 2-run shot by Alex Gordon will go to the bottom of the 6th. That is 11-5. Push for the playoffs. The Yankees at Toronto 1-1. That is a big game for the Tigers. Blue Jays have that lead spot on the wild card, and Baltimore continues to lead Arizona. We'll keep our eyes on those scores as the playoff push continues for your Detroit Tigers. A larger mountain to climb now, and the 2-run homer by Gordon. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It is Andrew Romine, then Ian Kinsler and Cameron Maben.
And a lot of crooked numbers put on the board today by the Kansas City Royals bats. 4 in the 1st, 3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 2 more in the 6th.
2-1 on Romine. They have 15 hits in this game, and the Royals have hit 4 homers in a game 3 times this year now, and 2 of them here in Detroit. Here's a ground ball, diving stab at first by Merrifield. Nice play. Doing an Eric Hosmer impression down there. That ball had double written on it.
It did help the fact that Merrifield has that glove on the left hand, allowed him to reach out for that ball. Much more difficult play for a guy like Hosmer, who would have had to reach across his body to make that play, but probably would have made it anyway. That's how good Eric is at first base.
Here is Ian Kinsler. Dylan G is out there for his 3rd inning now. He gave up a run in the 4th, a scoreless 5th, and now here in the 6th. Kins 1 for 3, single, scored a run back in the 3rd. One. Gorgeous afternoon here in the Motor City. Temperature in the 70s. Big crowd on hand, but the Royals took it to the Tigers early. They scored 4 in the 1st. 1-2 now on Kinsler. There's another hit for Ian. A solid single to center. 1 on and 1 out. Fans, tickets for a potential wild card in American League Division Series games at Comerica are on sale now. Simply go to Tigers.com. They're sold exclusively there at Tigers.com.
And those white towels waving during the postseason is a wonderful sight.
Yeah, it is pretty magical.
Yes, indeed. Whole different energy than the regular season.
Maben the batter. Ball 1. Cameron has a 3-hit day. He's got a triple, 2 singles, 2 runs scored.
Cam also had 3 hits yesterday.
Fouled away, 1-1. Well, in his last 15 games now, Maben hitting at a 375 clip.
Yeah, that thumb starting to feel a whole lot better. Still not 100%. But he is getting much better swings at the baseball these days.
It's funny how this time of the year guys just go out on adrenaline and play through.
Yeah, especially if you can see the finish line coming, and if you're in the final week of the season and you can get to the postseason. It's just a different energy in guys most of the time. Unfortunately for the Tigers, Boyd did not have a good outing, and they were put behind the 8 ball here today, 4 runs in the 1st.
Strike on Maben, 1-2. Dylan G was a starter when he was with the Mets. A lot of starts in their rotation. Fouled away. But Mets rotation this year is suffering a lot of injuries, man. Very talented. They just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, just about all of them. Harvey done for the year. Matz has to miss the start. DeGrom had season-ending surgery as well. Syndergaard had to miss his last start. I guess, Mario, that's the very reason why the Tigers are watching Fulmer so closely this year. I mean, because you have that Mets staff, a team that went to the World Series last year with a lot of young pitchers that probably pitched more than they've ever pitched in their lives. And for whatever reason, this season, a lot of those guys land on the disabled list.
It's such a fine line that you walk because you want your best out there. Here's a ground ball towards second. Mondesi will fire to second. 1, that's all they'll get. Fielder's choice, 2 gone now. Hey, Menards brings you the big money encounter as Cabrera stoles in most consecutive seasons with a 500 more slugging percentage all time.
13 consecutive seasons his slugging percentage has been over 500. Musial, Mays, Fox, Gehrig, Aaron, A-Rod.
A who's who.
Man, oh man. Some of the best that have ever played the game. And when it's all said and done, Miguel will go down as one of the top 2 or 3 right-handed hitters that has ever put on a major league uniform.
Well, if he stays on his trajectories, which you assume will, he'll have 3,000 hits, 500 home runs,
600 doubles, a triple crown, 4 batting titles, a couple of MVPs. My goodness.
You never want to say the game comes easy to him, because I don't think he comes easy to anybody, but he certainly has a pretty good grasp on it.
Yeah, there are several days where it looks like they need to send him to a different league, because on some days and some nights he looks like he's just mastered this one.
That'll be a base hit. Maven will go to second. The Tigers still kicking here in the 6th.
Let's take a look at the big boys, big play of the game. In case you missed it, Victor Martinez stepped to the plate with the bases loaded earlier in this contest and hit it over the out-of-town scoreboard. And once he got to home plate, man, he had a message for the crowd. Let's go.
You don't see that from baseball players a lot.
You don't, especially Victor.
Yeah. Well, they're going to make a pitching change. That's going to be it for Dylan G. And he will leave with runners at first and second. 11-5 KC. The 6 Tigers threatening, though. They have 2 men on, 2 men out. And Victor Martinez will face a new pitcher for the Royals. It'll be the big, and I mean big, lefty Brian Flynn.
He's got a decent arm, too. Flynn's fastball gets up to 93 miles an hour. He also throws a lot of sliders. He also has a curveball and a changeup, but doesn't throw the curve very often. Will use the changeup to the right-handed batters primarily. But mostly fastballs and sliders thrown by Brian Flynn.
So the Royals will turn around Victor Martinez, who hit the grand slam back in the 3rd inning left-handed. Flynn goes 6-7, 255. That'll bounce in, get away, and that'll move the runner up to third base. David is able to scoot 90 feet. Mickey held at first base. Wild pitch. One ball, no strikes. Flynn is out of Owasso, Oklahoma, and Wichita State University. Sails that one outside, 2-0. More action in the Tigers bullpen. Justin Wilson and Jordan Zimmerman. Outside, now it's 3-0.
We've already seen Victor homer in the last number of days on a 3-0 pitch. He did that in Minnesota. And I believe it was a pinch hitter.
He was.
There's no doubt that should he get a fastball here from Flynn that he likes, and that he'll be able to swing at if he wants to.
Lost him on 4 straight. That'll load the bases.
Here's a 1-800-CALL SAM call of the game. Tigers showed some energy in the 3rd inning. Base hit leadoff single by Kinsler. Bloop single in the outfield by Maven. But look at Kinsler. He was able to scoot all the way to 3rd base. Then J.D. Martinez, he followed with a ball that was hit in the right center. And he was hustling out of the box. He got a double. And then a wild pitch. Didn't get that far away from Salvi. And there was J.D. getting himself in the scoring position. This all preceded the grand slam by Victor Martinez.
So here is J.D. Martinez. Double and a walk to his credit. That's going to be tapped foul.
Actually, that grand slam came right before the double, the hustling double of J.D. Martinez.
Maven, Cabrera, and Victor on the bases.
Tigers have had a lot of base runners today, and they also left a lot of runners on base yesterday. They left 14 on yesterday.
Ooh. Rolled foul, and the count is 0-2. Flynn in place of G here in the 6th, who surrendered a couple of hits. And then Flynn came on, walked the first man he faced on 4 pitches. It's bouncing in and away, and that'll get a run in. A wild pitch, another one in this inning.
The Royals have not been a good defensive team here in the 3-game series, and it's so much characteristic of the way that they play the game. Lots of wild pitches, throwing to the wrong base, making lots of errors. It is not the kind of defensive days that we've seen out of the Kansas City Royals the last number of years.
Everybody moves up. It's 11-6 now, and he just missed. Iasonia's been pretty consistent on that pitch low. He will not give the low strike today, but he will give you the high strike. 2-2. Base hit here, and you get a couple more.
Well, Tigers need to score here, because if you don't, you're going to start to get into the back end of that Kansas City Royals bullpen, and we know how good the back end of their bullpen is, and that's exactly what Ned Yost, their manager, is trying to do, trying to buy a little time with all these relievers and get into the 7th with a lead.
Tigers saw Wade Davis and Kelvin Herrera yesterday. Here's the 2-2. Pounder's warming up. Another foul. JD continues to battle here in the 6th.
One of the things that JD has learned from Miguel Cabrera, when runners are in scoring position, he will expand his strike zone just a little bit to try to drive in those runs. That's a ball probably a couple of inches off the plate that he went down to get, and trying to hit the opposite way for a couple of RBIs. Miguel does that very well himself. Giving JD a huge hole on the right side of the infield. Mondesi playing pretty much up the middle from his second base position.
That's for Martinez, hit his last ball right where Mondesi is standing for the 4-3 ground out. We have had 25 hits in this game between both teams. 15 for the Royals, 10 for the Tigers. Low ball 3. Got another righty in Upton waiting on deck. Now the 3-2 coming home. Popped him up. Shallow right field. Mondesi going back and makes the play right in front of Orlando. It almost dropped in. Tigers settle for one. We go to the 7th.
Promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, and it is brought to you by Miller Lite. Back in the 3rd inning, back-to-back home runs, one off the bat of Cuthbert, and the next fastball that was thrown by Anibal Sanchez, the youngster, Raul Mondesi Jr., hit his 2nd career home run, both career home runs against the Tigers, so they went back-to-back in the 3rd.
So as we go to the 7th, it's Jordan Zimmerman making his first ever career relief appearance.
How about that? 18th game this year that Zimmerman has been in. He's been on the disabled list quite a bit this year, once with a groin injury. The next time he spent some time on the DL, it was with a neck injury.
Well, the Tigers have had to do some unconventional things today after falling behind 7-0 early. They got back into the game. They brought in Shane Green in the 4th inning of this game. Pelfrey has given them a couple in relief, and now Zimmerman here in the 7th. 11-6. Royals have the lead as Cuthbert stands in. Cuthbert, Mondesi, Burns here in the Royals 7th. And the first one is in for a strike from Zimmerman.
It's a good sign. A 92-mile-per-hour fastball thrown by Jordan. Bottom of the strike zone. A little late life on it.
Excuse me, swing, and it goes foul. 0-2. Cuthbert hit a 2-run homer. That was off of Sanchez back in the 3rd.
And that was his 11th home run of the year.
You look at the Royals today, and they had a 2-run shot in the 1st, the back-to-back homers in the 3rd, and then they got the home run from Gordon in the 6th. You made the comment earlier that even Comerica Park has been made to look very small this year.
Yeah, top 5 in run production this year.
Look out, right back toward the Royals bench. 0-2 on Chesler Cuthbert. Mondesi on deck. Swing and a miss. Cuthbert hits the deck. One gone. Updates around the league now. What's going on? Toronto is taking a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 8th. They've got that top wild card spot. The Orioles lead Arizona 2-1. That's in the top of the 8th.
Well, if all those scores stay the same, then the Houston Astros and also the Seattle Mariners are going to gain a game on the Tigers. And of course, Baltimore will still hold on to their wild card spot, but it's going to tighten up a little bit more after today. Final week of the season, man. This is what This is what you sign up for, though.
It is, and you hope that if you can't win the division outright like it looks like the Indians will, you certainly hope that you have an opportunity. Big swing there by Mondesi, 1-1.
Final 4 games of the regular season coming up this next week here at Comerica Park. Hopefully the fans will come out and support as they have all season.
Fouled back out of play. We check in now with Justin White.
Hey Mario, for those of you looking for our Lions Live post-game coverage, that can be found right now over on Fox Sports Detroit Plus with Matt Shepard and Rob Rubik. And of course, coming up immediately following the Tigers game, it's Tigers Live right here on Fox Sports Detroit. Johnny Kane and Craig Monroe will be in the Brushfire Grill, and I'll be inside the Tigers clubhouse with interviews following the series finale between the Tigers and the Royals, guys.
All right, Justin, thanks. We look forward to that. It'd be even better if the Tigers had a comeback to talk about. Down by 5 runs now here in the 7th. Mondesi hit a homer in the 3rd, a solo shot. He's 1 for 3. Both of his home runs this year versus the Tigers, and down he goes. They'll throw down to first to complete the strikeout. Jordan Zimmerman coming out of the bullpen with a pair of punch-outs now.
Yeah, and both of the strikeouts for Zimmerman have come on breaking balls. The breaking ball to Cuthbert was an outstanding pitch, and that one was a good curveball there to Mondesi as well.
Here's Billy Burns with 2 outs. Burns 1 out of 4, single and a run scored. He looks at a strike. Now the one thing that has hurt the Tigers today are a couple of big 2-out hits. Every time they'd come back, you had the 2-out RBI double by Gordon in the 4th, and then the 2-out 2-run shot by Gordon in the 6th. It's flared in the air to shallow left field, and it's going to be Upton coming in, and that'll be a 1-2-3 for Zimmerman. That's good sight. Coming up, the McLaren Health Plan 7th inning stretch. As the Tigers continue to trail the Royals, 11-6 is our score. Mario and Rod back here at the ballpark. And Rod, in this one today, the Tigers, as you mentioned, put behind the 8 ball early in this game. Matt Boyd gave up 4 early runs and to this point have not been able to get over the hump.
Well, the Royals, I mean, they had a very positive top of the 9th inning yesterday where they scored 5 runs against the Tigers and they were able to win that game. And today they came out with the bats blazing again against Boyd, who was very good in his last outing against Minnesota, but did not fare very well today.
You know, this Royals team, even without Hosmer in their lineup, of course, Moustakas has been gone all season long, and Lorenzo Cain, it just kind of shows how deep their organization has been. And they've played good baseball this year against the Tigers.
Well, they got a good baseball team. We talked about the fact the kid Cuthbert, he's done a wonderful job filling in for Moustakas at third base. Merrifield's come up. Orlando has taken another step. They've got the Hosmer kid. They've got Morales. They've got good bullpen. They've got a good manager. It's a good baseball team, and it's a tough matchup for the Tigers for whatever reason.
Tigers had to go deep into the bullpen here this afternoon, but so have the Royals, and they will go back to the pen as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning with the Royals on top in this one, and Kansas City brings in Joakim Soria.
Yeah, Soria's pitched a lot this year in the second tour of duty for the Kansas City Royals. He used to be their closer. Now he works as the 7th inning guy, sometimes the 8th inning guy. 65 strikeouts for Joakim this year, 27 walks. He's got a fastball that gets up to 93. He's got a curve. He's got a slider. He's got a change. And he also has that Ephus curveball, which he throws at about 68 miles an hour, primarily to right-handed batters.
So the former Tiger facing the Tigers here in the 7th. It'll be Upton, Ibar, Saltalamacchia due up. Just into the ball game is 1 for 3, had an infield single. That was back in the 2nd inning. A couple of pop-ups otherwise. Soria goes to work. Flynn facing 2 batters in the 6th. He'll give way to the right-hander. And Upton looks at a ball outside. Soria with the 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. The Royals this year have won 11 of the 18 they have played, and this will be the final meeting of the season between these two teams. The only other year they won more against the Tigers was in 03 when they won 14 of the matchups. Way outside, 2-1. Down the left field line. That ball is a fair ball and gone. A rocket of a home run for Justin Upton, and the Tigers get one back.
He threw Jay up that little slow curveball at 80 miles an hour, and he hit an absolute rocket into the left field seats. In their last 2 meetings, Justin Upton has taken Soria deep on both occasions. Take a look at how he keeps his hands back. He's out in front with the body, but if you still keep your hands back and you're delivering the kind of bat speed that Justin Upton has been delivering for about a month now, you're going to find the seats in left field. And all his home runs are getting out of the ballpark in a hurry.
Aren't they, though? 379 feet on that one, a laser to left field. And there's ball 1 to Ibar. No quitting the Tigers today. They were down 7-0. It's now once again a 4-run game.
I mean, can you believe the tear that Justin Upton has been on for the last month with the home run ball?
Upton now has 28 home runs, and you look at his RBI total, all of a sudden it's at 82. Meanwhile, Ibar has run the count to 2-0. That's in there. 2 balls and 1 strike. Infield single and a walk for Ibar, the third baseman. Tigers still waiting to see if Castellanos will join the team this week. They would certainly welcome him back, trying to come back from the broken hand. Little golf shot up the middle into center, base hit. So the Tigers get the first 2 men on here, the homer and the single. Soria, a scoreless 7th inning in the ball game yesterday, which was his first outing since last Tuesday. Ball 1 to Saltalamacchia.
Yeah, there was not much need for the back end of the bullpen on their trip to Cleveland and before they came to Comerica Park. So, and guys like Soria and guys like Davis, they weren't pitching all that well. Herrera, pitching all that much. Herrera himself.
Scott Alexander now hurriedly starting to warm up in their bullpen. 1-1 on Saltalamacchia. We're talking about Jay Up, by the way, 6 home runs in his last 9 games. That qualifies as a tear. That's out of play, and the count goes 1-2 on Salty. Lined out in his last at bat, also has a walk and a strikeout. Just got a piece of that pitch, which was floating in.
Yeah, 73. And mile per hour breaking ball there thrown by Soria. He's got one that's slower than that, if you can believe it.
Yeah, we've seen it, so we believe it. Soria, of course, pitched with the Tigers last year.
He was traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates for the youngster that's on the current roster for the Tigers, Jacoby Jones.
Swing and a miss, and Saltalamacchia is out on strikes, 1 gone. Well, the most popular way to follow the Tigers in their postseason push is with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, and news and more. Get MLB.com at Bat on your favorite devices now. Here's Romine. For 3 for Romine. Swing and a miss. Soria was acquired for the stretch run by the Tigers in 2014. Started the year last year with Detroit before that trade that Rod talked about, which produced the fine young rookie Jacoby Jones. Monclova, Mexico is the hometown of Soria. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Soria was an outstanding closer for a number of years. And for the Kansas City Royals, I mean, there was one 3 or 4 year stretch where really the only other closer in the American League that was more productive than Soria was Mariano Rivera. That's how good Soria was.
Yeah, I was going to say he was considered the best. Then you reminded me of Rivera, so not so quick. Off the outside part of the plate, 2-1 the count. He had a couple of years of 40 or more saves with the Royals. Two and 1 on Romine. 11-7 now. The Tigers trail by 4. Way outside, 3-1. It's going to bring Perez out to the mound quickly here.
I don't know about you, Mario, but this is one of the biggest plays in the game for me, and it's such a touchy area. You've got the bases loaded. The Tigers have just scored 4, and then you've got 2 outs, and Romine tries to bunt for a base hit with J.D. Martinez on third base. J.D. was caught off guard. It's one of those plays where if it's successful, everybody thinks that you are the smartest player on the field. But in this particular case, it didn't work very well for Romine, and it turned out to be a huge play in the game, especially the way that Romine's been swinging the bat lately.
Yeah, I would say the biggest play, and when you consider that, you know, you got the grand slam in that inning, you loaded the bases.
And the energy in the park.
Right. The crowd was really rocking at that point. Here's the 3-1. Romine fouls it off.
And it's not criticism of Romine, because if that bunt is down the third baseline and everybody in the ballpark thinks that he's a genius and the park is still energized, but the fact of the matter, it wasn't a good bunt, and they were able to get the out to get out of the inning.
Well, it was 7-0 at one point. The Tigers battled back with that grand slam from Victor, and it looked like they were going to have a huge inning beyond that.
And they continue to battle back here today. I mean, it's been a nice effort for the offense. I mean, they were put behind the 8-ball by 4 runs in the very first frame, and they've just kind of battled back here today. And they've got 8 more outs in the game, too.
Little chopper to the right side of the infield. Mondesi has only one play, and they'll get Romine at first. That'll advance the runner, and 2 gone now for Kinsler. Another big day for Ian. 2 more hits. He has scored a run. He's got 7 hits in the series.
Yeah, he spent what, a couple of days on the concussion list and couldn't play. Wasn't cleared to play into the first game of this series, but man, he's been on the base paths just about every single time he's gone to the plate.
Up and in, 1 ball to no strikes. Ian now with 111 runs scored this year, which is the 2nd most he has scored in his career in a single season. That's the kind of year he's had. Power numbers good as well, 26 homers. Here's the 1-1. Or the 1-0 rather. Now 1-1 on Kinsler. He was on base 4 times on Friday night. Scored 3 runs. Ibar at second, trying to get him in here with 2 outs to get a little bit closer. Good block there by Perez on a day in which the Royals have thrown a few wild pitches. In fact, he threw a wild pitch. Flynn did in the 6th inning to score a run. Strike called, and the count is 2-2. And don't forget, Lions Live postgame currently on Fox Sports Detroit Plus. Do you want to check that out? Kinsler jawboning now with Iasonia. Didn't agree with that last call.
Well, he didn't agree with the calls that Iasonia made on him his last time up. So this has been something that's been going on between the two all day. Ian thought that ball was inside off the plate.
I would concur, and so does Fox Stripes. Up and in, and the count fills down 3-2. Royals have thrown 3 wild pitches today. Maven waiting on deck. And the 3-2 popped up. Shallow right field. Who's going to want it? Mondesi calling. That'll end the inning. Tigers get 1 back. Jay up, a line drive homer. Tigers baseball today presented by Bell Tire. Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations of what a bank can be when it's time. Coming to Comerica. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory. It has been a wild one today. Would you agree, Rod?
Absolutely. A lot of runs scored, some wild pitches, some miscues, a lot of pitchers used by both teams. Very encouraged by that inning that Jordan pitched though in the 7th inning. A couple of strikeouts and a harmless fly ball to left field.
And he's going to be back out there for the 8th. Merrifield, Morales, and Perez. And that ball is drilled in the air toward left center field. Maben is on the run, still going back. He's not going to get it. It's going to bounce into the bushes for a ground rule double. Whit Merrifield with his 2nd extra base hit, 3rd hit of the game.
And the top of their order today. 1 hit by Burns, 3 by Merrifield, 3 more by Morales, big home run by Perez, and then number 5 hitter 3 hits. So the top of their order, their top 5 guys have just been on one today. 16 hits, season high. 21 hits is the high for the Kansas City Royals this year.
So here is Kenrys Morales. And that one drops in for a strike. 0-1.
A nice curveball there thrown at 78 miles an hour. He also got curveball strikeouts in his last half inning. One of Cuthbert and the other of Mondesi.
Ooh, look out. Made him move and buckling out of the way. Morales 1-1.
Got him.
Wow. That's going to be a huge play, we hope.
That's a nice job there by Saltalamacchia. Caught Cuthbert and Merrifield sleeping out there at second base. Romine was already playing right behind a second base, playing the shift on Morales. And they threw directly behind him to get him. Take a look at Romine there. He's already talked to Saltalamacchia, so they know what's going on. And then casually, they just sneak up there and get him. Wonderful, wonderful play. Take a look at Romine casually walking. Okay, now give it to me.
Why would Merrifield just stand there? He wasn't moving back to the bag.
I guess he just anticipated that there was not going to be a play.
Little chopper back up the middle. Here comes Romine. And Morales is out, 2 gone.
But it's the one thing, Mario, that you and I talk about all the time regarding Miguel Cabrera, and the fact that he's always turning around. He always knows where the defenders are playing.
Right.
In that particular case, Merrifield maybe didn't know that Romine was directly behind him, therefore didn't feel the need to go back to the bag after that pitch got away from Saltalamacchia.
He will feel the need from this point on. Now with 2 outs here is Salvador Perez. Ball 1 to Perez. Salvador had a big home run early, 2-run shot in the 1st inning. He'll sky this one to center, routine. Maben drifting over, and that is that for the Royals. A big pickoff of Merrifield at second. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Park, it is 11-7 in favor of the Royals, and KC going back to the bullpen. This is where it gets a little bit sticky now because they got Herrera coming in here in the 8th.
Yeah, and if you're Herrera, you've got to do the heavy lifting here today because you're going to see Maben, you're going to see Miguel, and you're also going to see Victor. And if he's fortunate enough to doing so, then Davis will get the ball in the 9th inning, and he'll go up against the guys that aren't as talented as the 3 that I just mentioned.
So Kelvin Herrera will take over for Soria here in the 7th.
Herrera, 2-time All-Star. He was closing games earlier this year when Wade Davis was on the disabled list, and he was doing a wonderful job in that role.
Hey, by the way, Tigers fans, support the Detroit Tigers Foundation and Chad Tuff Foundation. Receive a limited edition Detroit Tigers bow tie. Your donation will benefit youth baseball and the pediatric brain tumor research. To purchase a bow tie or for more information, visit tigers.com/bowtie. Pretty cool. You can help out 2 tremendous organizations. All right, here come the Tigers now in the 8th facing Herrera. It's going to be Maben, Cabrera, and Martinez. Maben steps away from strike 1 from Kelvin Herrera.
And first ever meeting between these 2. And first pitch thrown out of Herrera's hand at 98 miles an hour.
And Maben looks at one dart low, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike.
Herrera can get up to triple digits. He also has a tremendous slider and a really good changeup, so he has 3 above average pitches.
Threw only 10 yesterday in recording the save against the Tigers. Guess the Royals didn't feel they were going to need Wade Davis, who were behind in the game, so they pitched Davis in the 8th just to get him some work.
Yep, he needed some work yesterday because the Royals hadn't played good baseball coming into yesterday's game, so Wade Davis hadn't been able to pitch all that often because they've been losing.
Little chopper back up the middle, going to be a tough play. Mondesi's throw not in time. An infield single for Cameron Maben.
How in the world did he throw that ball with his body and all of his momentum carrying him toward left field? And had it not been Maben running down the line, Mario, this guy would have thrown somebody out at first base. He wasn't even looking.
You're not kidding, man. That throw was a one-hopper on the bag.
Look at this. I told you he has a shortstop arm. That's his natural position.
So now here is Cabrera. And Miggy looks at the ball low, 1-0.
Yeah, these 2 have met 15 times over the years. And Miggy is 2 for 15 against Herrera. So Herrera's been tough on the Tiger slugger.
But they've had some classic confrontations.
They have been. I remember some of those pitch by pitches that we've done in the past between Miguel and Herrera.
2 balls and no strikes.
Game always seems to be on the line. Miggy's got himself in a really nice fastball count here, though, should he get one here from Herrera. Got it at 98.
What he got on Maben here? What a day for him.
Wow, first 4-hit game of the season. 7 hits in the last 2 days. Just loves the hitting here at Comerica Park. We talked about that earlier today. His batting average is probably 400 here at Comerica Park.
It's got to be. Came in at 376, so it's got to be near that. Wing and a miss, 2-2.
Yeah, that one was inside and probably off the plate, but when a guy throws as hard as Herrera does, as a hitter, you don't have the luxury of waiting around all that long to see whether that ball is going to be right over the heart of the plate or not. You've got to get it started, and you hope that sometime it's in the area that you're swinging in.
Ooh. Down he goes. One out. Hey, let's go down to the Brushfire Grill now. Check in with Craig Monroe, who's going to be aboard on Tigers Live postgame. Simo, what'd you have on Matt Boyd here today?
Well, guys, he's been good here of late, but today was not the case. He did not have it. He left some balls up. Fastball was up. Breaking ball was up. But we also have to give Kansas City Royals batting order a lot of credit. They were patient. They got quality pitches to hit, and they were barreling them up today.
Now, Johnny Kane, Craig Monroe, and the Brushfire Grill. We'll see you guys after the ball game for Tigers Live, buddy.
All right. Well, make sure they stick around, hang out with us. We're going to break this down.
All right, Simo. Hopefully you'll have something good to talk about here. See if the Tigers can continue their comeback. 11-7 right now as we play in the 8th. Herrera just struck out Cabrera, but now he's got Victor Martinez. I'll tell you what, Salvador Perez going to sleep good tonight, man. He's been banged up all day. A lot of balls in the dirt.
And he also makes more trips out to the mound than any catcher in our sport. And a lot of players today wearing the number 16 on their hats today. You can see that Perez has a rest in peace Jose Fernandez, number 16, on his chest protector this afternoon.
Right back up the middle into center field. A rocket off the bat of Victor. Maven going to go to third. He's in there standing up. First and third, one out.
That is a 97-mile-per-hour fastball thrown by Herrera. And when Victor Martinez is looking for that piece of cheese, you cannot throw it by him. He turns and rotates his hips as well and brings his hands with the rotation of the hips as well as anybody in baseball, and that was an absolute seed right back up the middle.
That'll bring up J.D. Martinez. Tigers need one more base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. That is 14 hits now for the Tigers.
A lot.
And J.D. looks at a strike. The breaking ball there, couldn't pull the trigger. 0-1.
And J.D. batting .250 in his career against Herrera. He is 2 for 8.
Line drive to right field and caught at the warning track.
What in the world is Orlando playing that deep?
Great question. That ball should have been over his head and should have been a double.
That ball should have got on the warning track, but he was playing so deep, and with his athleticism and that first quick step, and he was able to get back and make that play and made it look routine.
Well, the run scores to make it 11-8.
And take a look at how deep he is already. I mean, he's basically playing on the warning track as we speak, so they're probably playing no doubles depth as a team. And then all of a sudden, this ball ripped the opposite way. And take a look at him. Takes a beeline to the direction and where that ball is going to come down at. It makes a nice play.
Here is Justin Upton, homered in his last at bat. Strike on the outer edge.
Yeah, best fastball of the afternoon thrown there by Herrera. That one got up to 99 miles an hour.
Ooh. Threw that one by him.
Well, if you're Jay up, you pretty much know what this next pitch is going to be.
Couple of high 90s fastballs to put him behind 0-2. That's drilled in the air toward right center field. That ball is going to get down and go to the wall. Oh, it's cut off by Orlando. That's going to bring Victor to third, so they won't be able to score him. But it's a double for Upton.
Sometimes when you have the kind of speed that the Kansas City Royals have in their defense, they're going to save runs. Their defense has saved more runs than any outfield in all of baseball. This ball is hitting. It looks like it's headed to the gap with the speed of Orlando and Burns in center field and right field respectively. Allows Orlando to get there, and he got it back in a hurry. And Victor running from first, he wasn't going to score anyway.
How about Jay up, though, man? He fell behind 0-2, 99-98.
And then he threw him another fastball.
Yeah, he looked overmatched on the second one. And then he drills his 27th double. Now you bring the tying run to the plate here. That is the 15th Tigers hit. Ibar looks at a strike.
Let's take one more look at the J-Up swing here. After 2 huge swings on those impressive fastballs, take a look at him shorten up the swing, though. He got that leg down quick, and that swing was directly to the baseball. There was very little wasted motion, and that's the way that you have to have success against guys that throw as hard as Herrera throws.
That's going to get through Perez to score another run. It's another wild pitch for the Royals.
I told the folks to stick around and to fasten the seatbelts real early in this one because it was bound to get crazy.
4 wild pitches. 2 of them scoring runs.
Salvador Perez is a great catcher, but he had no shot at helping out Herrera there.
Now it's a 2-run game. One ball, 1 strike on Ibar. Ooh, dropped in a beauty there, and now the count goes 1-2. Herrera about to throw his 20th pitch. The Tigers have made him work here in the 8th. 3 hits, wild pitch, sac fly. Ibar takes low, and the count levels now 2-2. Bouncing ball to short. Gobbled up there by Escobar, and that'll end the inning. However, the Tigers making this one interesting. Let's go to the 9th.
Here, Kansas City and Detroit, man, we made it interesting there in the bottom half of the 8th inning there. That was for sure. Again, we talked about it during pregame. We're going to be doing some scoreboard watching. The guys were talking about it as well. Once they shower up, they're heading home. They're checking the scores on their phones as well. So let's take a look at where things stand because we know how tight it is with this playoff push here as far as wild card races are concerned. You see Toronto able to knock off New York. Again, Toronto has that #1 wild card spot. Baltimore, a narrow winner over Arizona, so that doesn't help the Tigers' cause certainly. And a couple other games there with Minnesota and Seattle. That one's still going on. Seattle locked in a tight one. And then you got the Angels and Astros as well, Simo. But as you said before, man, this is what it's all about. We watch those scoreboards. You got to help yourself. You got to win yourself.
You absolutely have to. And tonight, I mean, today, obviously, the starting pitching. Matt Boyd didn't have his best stuff today. The Kansas City Royals jumped all over him, but the Tigers have continued to bounce back.
Yep.
Let's just hope we can have a dramatic win in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Hey, that wouldn't be all that bad. Let's send it back up to the booth, Mario and Rod.
All right, guys, thanks, Johnny and Simo from the Brushfire Grill for postgame, Tigers Live postgame following the end of this one.
And meanwhile, very positive sign here today for Jordan Zimmerman. I mean, he's thrown 20 pitches, and of the 20 pitches he's thrown 17 strikes. So that's a really good sign final week of the season.
He has had to pitch out of necessity today because the Tigers, 5 batters into the game, had to go to the bullpen. Here's the 0-2. That'll bounce in, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's the pitch that he's used very effectively here today, that breaking ball at about 80, 81 miles an hour. He's got a couple of strikeouts on that breaking ball today.
There's been only one 1-2-3 inning in this game for either side, and that was the one that Zimmerman authored. That's fouled back out of play when he came on in the 7th inning. Otherwise, there's been traffic on base every other inning.
Well, total of 20 runs scored between the two squads. 31 hits this afternoon.
Gordon waiting on deck. It's Orlando, Gordon, and Escobar here in the 9th, and a wave and a miss. Down he goes.
And now all the strikeouts that Zimmerman has recorded today have pretty much been on off-speed pitches. This was more of a cutter, though. Breaking ball, slider.
Here is the upcoming matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. Tomorrow, game 1 in that series against the Indians. Corey Kluber and Buck Farmer for the Tigers.
Well, very little margin for error tomorrow for Buck Farmer, especially the way that Corey Kluber is pitching the baseball. Corey Kluber is pitching as well right now as he pitched a couple of years ago when he won the Cy Young. So Tigers hitters have to be ready for that challenge tomorrow as well.
Now quickly 0-2 on Alex Gordon.
And Cleveland lost their game today. They were shut out by the Chicago White Sox at home.
So their magic number remains 2. Gordon with a 2-run shot and an RBI double. He is also walked. Tigers will have 8, 9, and 1 coming up in the bottom of the 9th, and they'll face the closer, Wade Davis.
Wade Davis has spent some time on the disabled list this year.
Gordon slap toward left center field. That one is going to get down. Cut off by Upton at the warning track. Gordon motoring to second and diving in with a double. He had to pick it up about halfway to second.
Man, these Royals, they got their hitting shoes on today.
1 out, 2 base hit. It's a big run standing out there at second base. Here's Escobar. No hits in the game for Escobar, 0 for 4.
He is the only one in the lineup that doesn't have at least 1 hit, and most of the guys in their lineup today have at least 2 hits.
Line to left field. Here comes Upton on the run, diving, and it hit the ground, they're going to say. Gordon will stop at third.
He has a hit now.
Justin gave it a good attempt. They had Gordon wheeling around third base.
It's a good effort here by J-Up. I mean, definitely short hops that ball right into his glove. It's a good thing he was able to keep it in front of him. Now the Tigers cannot allow them to score here in this inning after they've gotten it to within 2. Especially with Wade Davis entering the contest, their closer.
Here is Cuthbert.
And if you're Zimmerman, you have to make sure you don't let Escobar and get a good enough jump to steal second base. You want to keep your double play in order.
Time call now. The Royals today, of their 18 hits, 9 of them have been for extra bases, including 4 home runs. Imperative now for Zim to get that ground ball, get out of the inning. Runner bluffs at first and it's fouled off. 0-1.
And Cuthbert, man, he doesn't get cheated, does he? Takes a healthy cut.
He had a 2-run shot in the third. He also singled in the fifth. That's in the air, shallow right field. Kinsler going back. He'll make the catch. Gordon will bluff. Big out there, 2 gone.
It's a nice job there by Ian. Ian got to that ball. He knew Gordon on third base would be tagging up. But he simply wheeled and turned and fired the ball in the vicinity of home plate where Miguel Cabrera was standing in foul territory. And take a look at Kinsler here. He's in foul territory, so if you're Miguel Cabrera, you go into foul territory as well because you know where the throw is going, and there's Miggy.
Here's Mondesi with 2 outs. Only hit today is the home run that he hit against Sanchez back in the third.
And you got to watch Mondesi too. And he's one of those guys that likes to bunt with 2 outs and a runner on third base. Well, he bunts anytime.
Pulled right by the first baseman Cabrera into right field. That'll get a run in. Escobar will go to third base, and now it's a 3-run game.
For a guy that's hitting only 183, man, does he hit the ball hard against us?
I agree with you, man. He's hit a couple of homers.
I mean, Miguel Cabrera was holding Escobar on at first base, and Mondesi absolutely turned on that fastball thrown by Zimmerman. He had no shot.
Three-run game now, 12-9, first and third, 2 outs for Billy Burns. Mondesi drawing a throw. Man, those 2-out hits, the Royals have had a few of those today. Fouled away 0-1. Burns singled on the first pitch of the game. That was his only hit, or is to this point. It's a day in which the Royals have put up 19 hits. Would you say their season high was 21?
21.
Here's the 0-1. Runner goes. No throw from Salty. And now runners at second and third, steal for Mondesi. That's his 8th in 9 attempts. Inside, ball 1. Tigers in the bottom of the 9th have 8, 9, and 1 to have Saltalamacchia, Romine, and Kinsler.
And Zimmerman still throwing a lot of strikes. And 29 of the 34 pitches he has thrown have been strikes. So he's only missed with 5 pitches.
Got him. Strike 3 in the outside corner. Burns caught looking to end the inning. A run in for the Royals. We go to the bottom of the 9th.
Well, it's Royals 12, Tigers 9. Here's we head into the bottom of the ninth. Cameron Maybin, how about that first 4-hit game of the season? He's been electric. Victor Martinez, absolutely terrific. He had a grand slam in this one, which brought the Tigers into it. Alex Gordon hasn't had a great season, but he's had a great series here. 3 for 5 today as a home run and 3 runs driven in. But you talked about it a few minutes ago. It's like every time the Tigers get themselves back into it, they give up ground. And case in point, right there in the top of the ninth, they give another run back.
Well, you have to love the fact that the Tigers continue to battle. We've said it earlier. Boyd didn't have it. The bullpen wasn't able to pick him up. Green scuffled. Anibal Sanchez scuffled. Pelfrey scuffled. Listen, the guys have to come out in this ninth inning and give their best at bats, and hopefully they can keep the line moving and try to come back and win this game here.
All right, Craig and I will be back with the post-game Tigers live here from the Brushfire Grill, but let's go back upstairs to the guys.
All right. Thanks, fellas. And Wade Davis now is on to try and save this one for the Royals.
And Davis trying to pick up his 26th save of the year. He's got a cut fastball that gets up to about 94, 95. And that's pretty much been his signature pitch the last number of years, pitching out of that bullpen for Kansas City. He has been one of the best relievers in the sport.
Jared Saltalamacchia leads it off for the Tigers here in the ninth. And Salty looks at a ball inside, run it to 2-0.
And there's that cutter thrown by Davis at 89 miles an hour. He also has a knuckle curveball.
Two and one. Looks like Iglesias has moved to the on-deck circle. He'll bat for Romine. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Salty. In the ball game today, he's 0 for 3 with a walk. They play him to pull on the infield as Perez flashes the signals. Got him. Strike 3 in the outside corner. Saltalamacchia is called out by Dan Iasonia. 1 gone. It'll bring up Iglesias pinch hitting. Jose at 248, one of the tougher hitters to strike out in the American League. He's been the toughest for much of this season.
Jose Iglesias was originally in the starting lineup here and when he got to the ballpark today, but with the death of his good friend Jose Fernandez of the Miami Marlins, Jose did not start, but making an appearance here as a pinch hitter had to be tough news for not only Jose, but obviously several people in Major League Baseball today.
Yeah, a lot of folks around the game saddened by the loss of Jose Fernandez. And Iglesias, certainly one of them. There's a strike on the outer edge, 1-1. Iggy's got some pretty good history against Davis, 3 out of 7 with a double. Need base runners. Here's the 1-1. Iggy drives one in the air toward left center field. Ball hit well, and that ball's going to go up against the wall and over the wall. It's going to be a double. Ground rule double for Iglesias.
He continues his very good numbers against Wade Davis. It's actually better for right-handers to go up against a guy that has that really good cut fastball like Davis has versus going up against lefties. That is a hanging breaking ball, however, right at the top of the letter. Old English D, and Iglesias rattles it off the left center field wall.
That'll bring up Ian Kinsler.
And Kinsler trying to get on, Maybin trying to get on to turn this thing back over to the big boys in the middle of the heart of the lineup.
That is the 16th Tigers hit. Kinsler 1 for 9 career against Davis. Ball 1.
A lot of fans have stuck around here this afternoon hoping for a comeback.
They just might get one. Up and in, 2-0. 33,375 into the ballpark today to watch this one. They've stayed with their team. Tigers fell behind 7-0 early. Two and one on Kinsler to get the Let's Go Tigers chance going. Low, ball 3. One more base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. Maven on deck. They'll get back into the seats. 3-2 on Kinsler. Herrera came on in the 8th, gave up a couple of runs, and now Davis has allowed a 1-out double to the pinch hitter Iglesias here in the 9th. Ground ball, base hit left field. Iglesias had to wait. He will stop at third, and now the Tigers will bring the tying run to the plate.
Really good at bat there by Ian Kinsler. Worked the count to 3-2, and then finally got a pitch that he could handle. Hit it extremely hard right past their third baseman Cuthbert. It's a fastball down. Ian Kinsler barrels it up nicely. Cuthbert leaves his feet, but not able to make a play.
Fans not giving up. And now Maven, who's had a gargantuan day, 4-hit day for Cameron.
Career high 4-hit game for Cam.
Triple, 3 singles. He has scored 4 times. Fouled off, 0-1. 17 Tigers hits, 19 for the Royals. And Perez now out to the mound. Iglesias at third. And Kinsler at first. And Miggy lurking. Now Davis with the 0-1. 0-2 on Maven. It's been one of those days, partner. I mean,
it has been, man.
Everything.
I mean, lots of base runners.
Tigers have stranded 10 so far. They left 14 yesterday. Here's the 0-2. Got him. Strike 3 in the outside corner. Maven did not like it. And Cam's still hanging around home plate to let Iasonia know he didn't like it.
And Tigers have really been beefing at the strike zone all afternoon of Dan Iasonia. That's a nice job of pulling that ball back into the strike zone by their catcher Salvador Perez. So he basically stole that strike for Wade Davis.
Well, here is Cabrera on the tying run at the plate.
He's got great career numbers against Wade Davis. His batting average is .350 against the Kansas City closer.
Ball 1. Again, Iasonia not giving that low strike. Miggy in the ball game has knocked in a run with a ground out. He's also singled. He's had a walk and a run scored. Here's the 1-0. 1 ball and 1 strike. Miguel Cabrera this year in the 9th inning, 429.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
429 in the 9th inning of games. That backed him out of there. 2 balls, 1 strike.
You're batting 429 in the last inning. You know you're doing that against a lot of the best pitchers in baseball.
No
best
doubt.
Closers. Take a look at Miggy's hot and cold zone. He likes the ball down and in. He also likes the ball out away from him, right down the middle. Doesn't like the ball at the top of the strike zone and doesn't like it inside, right around the belt buckle.
He went around, said Iasonia, and Cabrera pointing down to the first base umpire saying ask for help, but the home plate umpire doesn't need it. Close, but he went. Ooh. Oh, Maben's been thrown out of the game. Maben beefing, obviously was upset at the called strike 3 for him, and boy, Cameron's hot. The mild-mannered Cameron Maben is letting Iasonia have it. Meanwhile, 2-2. Maben has been ejected. Here's the 2-2 from Davis. In the air toward left field. Shallow and caught on a dive by Alex Gordon.
Did Gordon end the game with a dive yesterday?
He did. On Iglesias. Gordon, a diving catch and let, preserves the win for the Royals. It's a Gold Glover.
Yep, sure is.
And he made a game-saving catch. Final score, Royals won at 12-9. Now we send it